Good afternoon and good evening, I should say, and welcome to the third session of the transfer deadline day. The final session. I'm here from 7 through to 11 o'clock. The next 2 hours, I've got the wonderful company of the YouTube royalty, Albert JTV. How are you doing, Albert?
Yeah, I'm good, man. Apart from having a little bit of trouble getting over from work due to climate change protesters, I'm all right.
No, don't. What have they been up to now?
London bridges. I think it might even still be closed. Actually, it's been for quite a few hours now. So yeah, but it's all right. I got to eat some food, energize myself a little bit. Tried to keep up to date with some of the news during the day, even at work. It's just been a full on, man. Not just Arsenal, a lot of clubs.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, there's been a couple of good signings. It's just they're not for us. Unfortunately, we've had one good signing, which I think he's going to be all right, but we'll get on to that later. Yeah. But for the moment, I am just going to run our intro video.
Arsenal have gone through an entire league campaign without losing. The first time it's happened.
Good evening and welcome back to Cannon Chat. If you've missed the introductions, I am sitting with YouTube royalty at the moment, Albert JTV. And I know he wants to sit there and laugh at me, but that's just my opinion because he's one of my favourite channels to watch. And so today we got Tamashu. How do I pronounce his name? Bear with me.
Hero Tomoyasu. Yeah.
Tomoyasu signing for £19.75 million. What do you think of him? He's meant to be a right centre back and a right back. Apparently,
yeah, you know what made me laugh, right? This is particularly with transfers when it comes to Arsenal, right? I've seen some accounts today, for example, on Twitter, who have openly admitted they have not seen this guy play, right? And yet they're doing tactical analysis breakdowns. I don't know. You know what I say to you? This fan base is finished. That's a perfect example. But Lottie, I'll be honest, I don't know anything about this guy. I know a couple of guys, big up Colin and big up John Sinclair Newcastle, who I know religiously watch Italian football. So I will be picking their brains. I think he's had about 60 appearances, early 2022, 23. So when I heard, because the thing is, I heard centre back at first, I thought, oh my God, what is this club doing, man? But apparently he can play right back. Listen, I like anybody else who, if you don't watch Italian football on a regular basis, then you probably won't have. No, not even probably. You will not have heard of this guy. So, look, it's just a case of one of those things where we're gonna have to wait and see. I mean, it's hard to trust Arsenal due diligence when it comes to players, but hopefully, fingers crossed, they've got it right with this young guy.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, as I said earlier in the other two streams today, no idea who he is, but it's another person to fill out the right back. Although, rumour has it now there's going to be clear the air talks with Maitland-Niles after his social media post. So, where's he going to play? Is he going to be at the right back? Is he going to be in the middle of the field? Or
I just don't understand this. I don't really know what's going on because I've made my feelings pretty clear about Maitland-Niles. If people don't know already, I'm happy to mention it again, but it's nothing personal with these guys, man. Like, I don't care if it's Hairland or the next young bright thing from Spain or Brazil. He's been at the club a long time, right? In terms of first team opportunities, he's been given. Under, you could argue, if you include Freddie, 3 managers, but let's just say 2. It come out yesterday. I don't know if it might have been yesterday that apparently, I think Ornstein was saying it, that he hasn't said about he hasn't got this thing about not wanting to play right back. I don't believe that. I generally don't believe that, because that was supposed to be the reason why he never went to Southampton last season. It's because they was going to employ him as a fullback. So it's no coincidence he went to West Brom and played midfield. So to me, that is the reason. So why is he now all of a sudden being kept? If that's going to be the case, Lottie, right? And like I said, I don't know how Arsenal work anymore. My brain just hurts me just thinking about them. Cedric is there, right? Bellerin, obviously, we'll probably touch on. I'm not going to talk about it too much. Chambers is there, who can play right back, but obviously centre back. Now Maitland-Niles has been told that he's staying. I don't understand what's going on. I thought he was surplus to requirements. Seriously. I don't understand. Like, maybe you can make sense of it to me.
I don't know how Arteta works. Don't ask me. I mean, we've just got rid of Willian. I'm still popping the champagne from last night. I'm just glad that guy's gone. Like, I've got my transfer wish.
What do you think of the Maitland-Niles thing? Is it?
Do you know what?
What's your honest opinion?
There's a very, very fine line between being human and being a professional. And when you're in the spotlight, as Maitland-Niles is, you've got to be very careful what you put on social media.
Oh, was ridiculous.
It's really difficult because you've got to remember he's a human being like everybody else. We don't see what goes on behind the scenes. We don't know what the hell's going on like off the pitch. We don't know. We see photos from training and that's it. We don't see anything else. You just don't know. If he's clearly not happy.
What did you honestly think when you saw that Instagram post? Because I know what I thought.
I just thought it was sad. Honestly, sad. But I think what annoyed me most was the amount of abuse on my Twitter, like on my timeline for Twitter. I was like, do you know what? This kid's human. Leave him alone.
Do you think it was the smartest thing for him to put? Because he put emoji. People can tell me if I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe I saw it wrong. But was it laughing emojis? Was it sad face emojis with the post? I can't remember. Because if it was laughing emojis, then I'm like.
I thought it was a crying emoji. I can't remember 100% off the top of my head, but the thing is, it just makes you question. Like, are you asking? The thing is, he did this last transfer window. I'm sure he did, and there was a big hullabaloo about it. So, is he craving attention, or is he actually wants to know where he wants to be?
But I think but the thing with him is, if he thinks, even as Arsenal fans, we know our midfield is a major problem, he's still not going to get in there. So what is he finally suddenly realised that now that he wants to have a future at Arsenal right back? What's taking him so long?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he was told by Big Sam, he was told by Arteta, look, you play where your manager tells you to play, or you don't get paid at all. I mean, he's not exactly midfield talent. Do you know what I mean? I don't see him starting ahead of Partey. I don't see him starting ahead of Sambi, for that matter, to be fair.
And the thing is, from what I saw of his loan period at West Brom, he's not getting in the midfield. I didn't see anything to say, you know what, Ainsley, I can understand why you kind of held out for that position, why you've been telling the managers why I want to play midfield. I didn't see anything at West Brom, knowing that he was going to a team on loan that would not have a lot of the ball. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me.
No, it doesn't make any sense, not at all. I mean, if he stays at that right back, he will be picked first every single game to play there, and he will get the minutes for the season. And I think it will transform him. I should say. Sorry.
What do you think? What? It's good
because Cedric doesn't go forwards, Chambers don't go forward, and at least Pepe isolated.
Yeah, I think with the Maitland-Niles thing, like, I think people get too sentimental. Which I'm not saying I don't understand, because I do, but I just think to myself, when that offer was made for him, when Newcastle were interested, Wolves were interested in him, personally, I would have took the money and ran. I know Arsenal tried to push for a bit more, which I did think, at minimum 20 million, minimum, but he's here. Apparently he's not going anywhere. So it's one thing him not going anywhere, but why is he going to play now when he couldn't play last season? What's the difference?
Maybe he wants to play it right back. Maybe he's actually willing to play it right back. You just don't know. With the media, you just don't know. It's always conflicting stories. And what it looks like to me now is he wants to play right back because he wants minutes. He wants to play football.
You know what? I've got no idea. To be honest with you, as much as Ainsley's here, I generally don't know what Arteta's going to do with him. I'll be honest. I don't know. I generally don't know.
This squad needs trimming down. We all know that. Yeah. And we're just giving extensions and loan deals today. And I'm like, sell somebody. Please just get rid of someone. Don't want loans. We're in the same position at the end of next season. Sell them.
I mean, that's the problem. I mean, I was looking at did a quick thing before I went. I saw Reece Nelson's gone to Feyenoord on loan.
Mm-hmm.
Maitland Niles is staying. Bellerin's left the club finally, but again, that's on loan.
No obligation to buy either.
Willian, obviously, the contract was terminated. Guendouzi's on loan. Torreira's on loan. The only incoming was Willock in terms of funds.
Yeah.
Out of all them players that have left Arsenal, we've got £25 million in the kitty as a return.
It's a joke, isn't it, really? I think I saw a list of rumours of all the departures who are now out on loan. They totaled to about 80 million if we didn't cut our loss. If we cut our losses, would have been £80 million in our pocket. And that's not including Joe Willock. I mean, we could have had £105 million in our pocket just from selling those players. But the way that the other leagues are at the moment, they ain't got the money.
You know, I don't understand. I mean, people in the chat listening, if you agree or don't agree, I don't understand. Arsenal Football Club cannot sell players under. By the way, under different regimes. That's not just aimed at Arteta and Edu and the other senior guys. We cannot sell players. No. I find it remarkable, absolutely remarkable. Like you said, if you used to add up the money we've bought in, I don't know, maybe the last 2 years or even this transfer. If you're going by this transfer window, then it's not been impressive. I don't know what to say because I just don't understand why we're so terrible at selling players. Are they listen? I don't rate most of the players that have gone, if I'll be honest with you, but to not even get at least minimum 15 mil. Torreira, Guendouzi, Bellerin, Maitland Niles, Nelson. You're trying to tell me you cannot get anybody? I mean, what's going on with Eddie Nketiah? What's the latest you heard of that?
The latest on that was that the deal fell through because they couldn't agree personal terms, and that's why he's still here.
Are you? They could not.
No, I'm not joking. They could not agree personal terms. I think he was going for this sort of market of 15 the last time I looked.
Yeah.
I think it was 15 people in the chat. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was 15 when I read it. We read it earlier in the day.
I'm flabbergasted if that deal has fallen through because of personal terms. Are you serious?
Yep, that's what I read on Sky.
I don't know what to say. I mean, to be fair, what I will say, when I first heard the rumors that Palace were interested in Nketiah,
yeah.
And I don't go on about money too much if you see a lot of my content, but even I had to say, no, Palace are taking the mick if that's true. 10 million. No, that they have to pay at least double for him.
That's what Arsenal wanted, I think.
So for that to not have gone through due to personal terms. Oh my God, what is going on, man?
I don't know. It's just Arsenal players, isn't it? Really. Right. Let's see who's in the comments. We've got a new name, Shane. Welcome, Shane.
Shane's my guy.
Make sure you hit that like button and give us a subscribe if you're enjoying the show. Evening, Keith. Welcome back again. Keith's on the third show of the day. Massive shout out to you.
Love Keith.
Swarit's joining us from India for the third show of the day.
Yes.
Evening.
Yes.
Georgina's on the third show of the day. Welcome, G.
My cool bestie, I love her, man.
Yeah. Right, Keith. Apparently, Bologna don't know if he's a right back, centre back, or they couldn't decide. Right, I've seen this clip on Sky. Basically, do you know what? I know who they are. I know them by face, but I never remember their names. But there's three of them sitting in the transfer centre. Two of them are just absolutely talking absolute nonsense. We've got saying they don't know if he's a right back or a centre.
It's not Carvey or Darmish, is it? That can't be.
Yes, it's them two. It is them two. Yes, it is them two. I keep forgetting their names, but one of our followers, Bungle, he's over in Japan. He's apparently very highly rated. He likes to go forward. He let us know this morning in the comments, and he's very valued over in Japan. So hopefully this guy can do the bits.
Yeah, I'd probably believe them more than no disrespect to Carvey or Darmish. I'd probably believe your contacts a bit more than them on that player.
No, definitely. Evening, Mark Green. You're right, mate.
Mark the ledge, man. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Here's the right emoji. That was the emoji we were looking for. It was the crying emoji.
Yeah, I don't want to say the wrong one. People start coming at man.
No, we don't. They don't do it around here. You just ask for help, and anybody's tuning in. Usually in the comments to give you a hand. Games pass. Maitland-Niles by in midfield.
I've never seen him boss a midfield game in the times he's been there. No.
You
know what it is? Do you know what the problem is? Again, it's partly a sentiment again. My man had that one performance against Manchester United at Old Trafford OT, where he got man of the match, and people have just hung on to that. I'm like, that's quite a few years ago now. Even Mavropanos played in that game.
Wow, that's a long time ago. I don't even remember. I don't remember the last time I saw him in an Arsenal shirt.
Someone in the chat, tell us when Maitland-Niles got that man of the match performance, because that will tell you how long ago it was. Mark Green will definitely know.
Yeah, Boris, you should know that since you've said it.
Yeah, bare people. Yeah, find out.
Sambi is going to be class from Keith. I can't agree more. I've watched 2 seasons of this kid play. I am an absolute fangirl. Yeah. What do you think, Albert?
I'm a bit quiet on him because just for the simple fact, which I said to you last time, I don't know anything about this guy, man. I said for people that carry on like they watch Belgian football, the Arsenal fan base, they're lying. There's probably a very small percentage that can turn around and say, you know what? Nah, give me a fair due. I know what I'm talking about. Watch this guy play, but bare man, I haven't seen him play, man. Trust me, they don't even know.
I know that. And
just to let people know, I'm not related to him. No,
you're not the only famous Albert anymore. Get over it.
No, I've been impressed with what I've seen. I just think it's the same problem again, Lottie, that we're not surrounding. Listen, you could go back to Fabregas days, to be honest, or Cazorla. We're not surrounding our quality players, our promising players, with quality.
Exactly,
and that's the problem. Look at Tierney recently, man.
I know. He's been terrible. To be fair, looking at his stats, he looks terrible. But like,
he's you know what it is? He's overcompensating, man.
No, he is. He is. I mean, I'm sitting at the Chelsea friendly, and that second goal went in. He went berserk. I've never seen him berserk like that because obviously camera doesn't show that. He absolutely was screaming his head off at him. Yeah. And they didn't take a blind bit of notice of him, and that really annoys me because like there's no with that defense and the keeper, there is no relationship there like we used to seeing for the famous back four and David Seaman. I mean, if you remember rightly, Wenger had him training with a rope, so they moved as one. I don't know if you remember that, but I remember seeing something in the papers about his strange training methods. And they literally had a rope, so that they moved together on the pitch, and they did do that, and we just don't have that, and it's actually rather annoying. Mark Green, let's be honest, if you can't get ahead of 34, you might as well give up. Arteta's got his favourites. Shane, Maitland-Niles has been badly advised. Someone sat him down 3 years ago, and who knows what could have been if Arsenal and England's team with hard work. Exactly. Yeah, he needs a better agent. Yeah, Boris, slowest in the team for the world incomings and outgoings. Do you know what? I've
poor. It's frightening how bad we are. It is.
No, definitely. And we've got Suara again. Really want to see Kolasinac go into the final transfer hours of the transfer window. Was not expecting to see him this season, but we could be waiting another week. Turkish one doesn't close for a week. So, and he was linked, if I remember rightly, he was linked to Fenerbahce over in Turkey. Makes a good point.
So, I'll be honest with you. I said it. I was on. I don't know what maybe I want to do. Go and talk about Arsenal after the Man City game, but I did. I went on to Arsenal Lounge, did it, and I was flabbergasted when I see him line up against West Brom, and I was even more shocked when I see him line up last Saturday. You know, I think they said he hadn't started a Premier League game, Kolasinac, for 8 months.
Wow!
And he puts him in against Man City in a back three.
That doesn't make sense.
It just doesn't make sense. I'm generally flabbergasted he's still at Arsenal. I cannot believe it.
Doesn't make sense. Yates is here. Yates has joined us. Mr. Keith Yates.
You're Keith.
What's up? Boris is back. Yeah, we've heard that one. Georgina, mad isn't it? Mad isn't it? Surely he should want to move and play again, but nope. Well, we want him to go to Everton and then get him to come back with DCL. So that would be nice, but I am dreaming.
I can see why Arsenal didn't let that move happen.
Oh, Sensible Goon is in the house. He will be joining us at 9 o'clock. The personal terms was about Nketiah not getting
what he wanted.
What he wanted. Nothing about Arsenal. Not the club's fault. Yeah,
That's interesting.
We know that,
That's
but
interesting. And you know what's mad? I'm not even listen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying Patrick Vieira's gone and tore up the managerial world since he's become a thing, but how can you not? I'm sorry, Eddie Nketiah. I don't know. Obviously, he probably wasn't alive when Vieira's playing, but why would you not want to go and work with Patrick Vieira? I'm sorry. It's crazy. If that's true, then
isn't it?
What? Like when he mentioned I said personal terms for Eddie Nketiah. Why couldn't I go to Palace? And if that's true, then I'm lost for words. Lost for words.
Yeah, no. Mark Green agreed. A fee is turned. Move over for wages. Boris, Cavi and Damesh, morons, pretty much. G saying the same thing.
You know what? And you know what, Lottie? Before you mentioned, but Damesh ain't too bad. I don't think he's too bad. I just think with Carver, he comes off a bit. No, pompous is the right word. He comes across a bit arrogant.
Do you know what? I just don't believe anything that comes out of Sky. They've got the Arsenal agenda, and don't tell me it doesn't exist. Do not, because it does.
Yeah.
I mean, we lose to Brentford. It's an international. It's a national disaster.
Yeah.
Spurs lose to a Sunday pub league side in a conference league. Nothing.
Yeah. I don't see Georgina swear, man. So I'm laughing. I'm just saying he's a knob. Oh, gee, man.
No worries. Sensible Guna, to be fair, though, Arsenal can take some blame because he knows he can ride out a year and go where he wants, probably on a better contract.
Sensible Guna, well said, man. You know what it is? You know what? You see some of these Arsenal players, right? I don't know the best way to phrase it, Lottie. I think I'm not saying it doesn't happen at other football clubs because it probably does. A majority of these guys are so. I question their desire to want to play football. There's so many of them that have not been moved on. Yes, you can blame Arsenal, but I don't think some of these guys, why are you still hanging on at Arsenal? Go and play football's a short career. Go and play somewhere else. There's too many of them allotted at the club. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, there's too many. I mean, we're lucky we got rid of Willian. Do you know what I mean?
And that's what I shot with the most.
Contract.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he's the most unlikely player. I think after the Chelsea friendly, when the fans welcomed him back, I wasn't one of the ones applauding, but everybody else who was applauding him, there wasn't any boos in the corner where I was sitting I could hear.
Yeah.
He just looked at them. Not even the slightest bit of respect.
Yeah.
But yet, 34 can clap and say, yes, thank you, I'm home. Bellerin did it. All of them did it but him.
Yeah.
And that's my issue with him. He's just got he was more interested in his ex-Chelsea teammates. And I thought, you know what? That's me done. I can't give you any more excuses. Like the little things, like respecting the fans. That's what we appreciate. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I don't know how you'd feel if you were standing there and that happened. You'd be like, "Hang on a minute, what are you doing?" I think, or I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what you think about that, but it's just a respect thing for me personally.
Yeah. Is that Ainsley you're talking about?
I think so, because that's who we were talking about. Or it could be DCL. Actually, because me and Georgina have been talking about DCL quite throughout the day. So I'm gonna, Georgina, let us know who you're talking about, and then we'll come back to you. Hi, Boris. Yeah, no, I did say come and join us tonight. Make sure you hit that sub button. And guys, I can see there's about 12 of you in the chat at the moment. Please hit that like button. And if you're not subscribed, please hit that subscribe button to help us with our challenges that we've got going on, which we will tell you about later in the show. Oh, Lions AFC is back here for the third show. And there you go, man of the match against United at Old Trafford.
That was a long time. I don't know what year it was. I can't remember.
No.
Someone tell us the year.
Tell us the year, Lions.
Yeah, it's a while ago.
Georgina, wasn't it the FA Cup semi-final?
Nah,
and
it
final?
was a league game. It was a league
was-
game. It's definitely a league game, Lottie. Definitely.
Shane's telling us Chelsea charity in the Charity Shield.
He probably did, but the game I'm talking about, it was definitely a league game, guys. Definitely Premier League game. It's at Old
Man of the
Trafford.
match in the Community Shield from Boris. Same with Georgina.
She put laughing emoji.
Evening, Gary. Gary's back for the third show of the day. Welcome back.
Yeah, big up to the guys, man. Like this, get me. This it's a bit lively now. So
definitely,
privilege to come in. Yeah,
Keith. I think Eddie must be holding out for
a
a
Bosman. Yeah,
Spot Albert.
it's Patrick
PV
Vieira.
for,
Yeah,
it's Patrick Vieira for why would you not want to? It doesn't make sense, does it? I just it's mind blowing.
These men are just too comfortable, man, to take the piss. Sorry to swear, they do. It's true.
Yeah, no, it's just try and keep it to a minimum. I know it's frustrating, but try and keep it to a minimum.
Yeah, no, well, you know me. I don't really go in like apology for language.
No, it's fine. You don't really swear anyway, so it's like, huh?
No,
You okay? It's a bit like you and Georgina. You don't see Georgina sweat. It's like, huh?
No, don't you ever swear.
I've got Gary Webb. Cabba is only getting transfer news off his phone. Yep, I know he was talking about text messages in that clip.
He does sit there a lot. He does, yeah.
Keith Albert talks sense. This is why I love having him as my guest. Always talks sense, level-headed. Doesn't lose the plot very often. Well, I actually haven't seen that. So
watch-alongs.
I've never actually seen that, so I do take that back. I do apologise. I've never seen you get so angry. Yeah, that's a different story.
Yeah.
All right, got Keith again. As for, I'm assuming that's Maitland SSN.
Yeah, was it Sky Sports News? Is it? Yeah,
Sky Sports News. Yeah, absolute gutter journalism. Apparently, we knocked back Palace and unnamed German side Codswallop. Yeah, I don't believe that either. I mean, if he was going over to the Bundesliga, who's this German side that wants him?
Exactly. I heard that.
In the German media.
Yeah.
You'd see it.
When they don't name them, I'm like, no. This, no. It's rubbish.
Yeah. Georgina, I think it was about our new right back. Yep, no, he looks it. I've seen the YouTube clips. He looks good. We've had confirmation from Bungle in Japan. So let's just see what he brings.
It's true. That's what you can do.
New player is always interesting to see how he settles. Even though Nenny got man of the match at Old Trafford. Really? Did he, Boris? I don't even remember El Sideways getting the man of the match at all. I don't even remember if he had one. I mean, I know he got his first Premier League goal towards the end of last season, but
it's when we beat him 1-0, innit? I can't remember who got man of the match that game, actually. It might have been him. Him or Partey got it. I can't remember.
Yeah, well, it's one of them two. So I know it went to midfield. Keith's telling me I talk sense apart from my Monster Munch. Guys, just to let you know, I've still got my Monster Munch. I am going to offer Roma one more time. I will give them a Monster Munch and Curly Whirly to take 34 away. Be warned. Pickled onion is awesome. Huh?
You're going to be waiting a while.
Yeah, but do you know what? I actually tweeted them, and one of their fans came back to me and said, oh, that's still too much for him.
Oh, God. Oh, Lord.
Exactly. Oh, guys, we've got more breaking news. Wolves are in talks with Marseille to side holding midfielder Kamara.
Okay.
As he's out of contract. Fees yet to be agreed. And then also they are... Oh, things just changed. They are chasing Kiefer Moore.
Yes, for Wales up front, isn't he? The striker, yeah.
From Cardiff, as he's been ruled out of the upcoming games. So that should be interesting. Yeah. He was in close contact with Adam Davies, who tested positive for COVID-19, which is interesting. QPR have also signed Andre Gray.
I did hear that. Yeah, that's not a bad move, actually.
Just come out a minute ago out on Sky. I've got it open in the other tab, guys.
Not a bad move.
No, not at all. Katish has joined the Croatian side. Hadjuk split on a season-long loan from Rangers as well. And that's all the latest. There's nothing on Arsenal, of course. What do you think of David Ornstein and Chris Wheatley coming out with Arsenal aren't going to sign anybody else before 11 o'clock? Do you think we're going to get a last-minute panic buy or actual sensible signing?
Because it's Wheatley and Ornstein. I know. You don't actually laugh, right? Arsenal fans get really they get too emotional with regards to like journos, in the sense of it's their bread and butter. They're not always going to get it right. If you go and find a journalist and say he always gets transfer news right, it doesn't. Like, they're frauds. But if you didn't listen to David Ornstein or Chris Wheatley, you're not going to listen. Then most of the Arsenal fans that I know will never, ever in their lifetime listen to John Cross, even if he is in the know, because they can't stand him. But yeah, I mean, listen, if they get it wrong, they get it wrong. But yeah, I do believe that, Lottie. Actually, I can't see Arsenal doing anything. I think this window is more so about getting guys out. But again, I just don't think they're still addressing the midfield area. I was actually shocked today they bought a right back, if I'm being honest. We need it. We need one, but I'm just surprised he's got one.
Yeah, no, I mean, having that right back, like, it's needed, because obviously Bellerin doesn't want to be here. Cedric is mediocre at best, and Callum Chambers, don't get me started on him, because I don't like. He's a squad player. He's nothing special in my eyes.
Yeah.
He's there when we need the body. So, but I think he's had a couple of good games though. I will give him that. But I look at him and Bellerin. They're the same injuries, but Callum's come off worst. When's his next injury coming? When is it going to be bad again? That's the main thing with me and for him. But it's just there's no depth there. I'm just hoping that Tomiyasu does bring that depth, and he is good at getting forward, so that Pepe's not isolated anymore.
I'll have to watch some clips, man. I'm not. Like I said, don't know. I never heard of this guy until today.
Looks phenomenal. Just don't forget that.
Okay. I'll hold you to that.
Yeah, no, trust me. Go watch it, and you'll see what I mean. You've seen better plays. Like, go have a look, and you'll see. Suarez just confirmed it was the Old Trafford 2018. So you was right. It was a league game, Albert.
God, it seems longer than that, man. Jeez, it's still a long time ago, but it seems longer than that.
I know. It was a long time ago when things were normal, wasn't it? Really?
Yeah.
Boris, I'm sure he did it last season. Put a worldy performance in anyway.
Maybe in the semi-finals and the final. I don't know. Maybe the season before, but he didn't really feature last season, did he? But in the season one, the FA Cup, then
yeah. Jack Wilshere training with Como in Italy. Can't Arsenal take him back and pay as you play deal?
No, that feels.
You know what? Jack's gone. That's it. I don't want him back. I mean, I went to a training parade and we went to an FA Cup parade and he was off his face. And I remember Arsenal cutting the social media. People texting me what's going on. I said, there's nothing. We're just down here outside the ground.
Yeah.
Because obviously they couldn't see it on the Arsenal player because it cut it because of the levels of toxicity in his system and his language. So they cut it, if I remember rightly. But he's gone. Don't want him back. Albert?
I don't know if anybody watched or listened to the interview with Ornstein. Was it last week? Yeah. Sad, isn't it? But he even said because obviously he was offered a deal to stay at Arsenal when Emery was there, but he basically wasn't going to feature that much. But he said, listen, it wasn't a bad thing joining West Ham, but if I had my time again, you shouldn't have left Arsenal. But it's gone now, innit? And it's just it's sad. It is sad because he was I remember Wilshere. To me, the two standout games really was the games against Barcelona in the Champions League, home and away, where he stood out amazingly well in both legs. But unfortunately, we never got to see it on a consistent basis because of injuries. Yeah,
no, definitely. I think he's one of those players that was played by injury, and that was what the sad thing about it was. I remember when him and Ramsey came through, they were pair of them were brilliant, and it's just obviously Ramsey wasn't played by injuries, and he was. So it's a bit of an unfortunate story. As much as we love him, I still wouldn't have him back.
Nah, that ship's gone now.
Yeah, Keith. Whatever happens, we got to get behind the new players. No good slagging them off. They're going to wear the shirt.
Yeah, you got it. There you go.
No, exactly. I mean, when Ramsey
people need to just relax with Ben White, man.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah, to me, it's just it's a little bit too much, man. Like, just relax a bit, man. Like, you get on the guy's case already. I'm like, wow. There's certain man at this club that have been here for 4 or 5 years that sections of the fan base still laud, praise even. crazy.
I know exactly who you're talking about, and I don't know how people.
There's a few. There's a few of them, not just one. There's a few of them.
No,
madness.
definitely. I don't know how they're defended. To be fair, Shane, players got too comfortable since Pat Rice left. That is completely probably true. No one's exactly got any of these players on their toes or in check. I think that Ozil leaving has helped with the egos, but there's still a few in there that need to be like booted out as soon as possible. What do you think? Albert?
I think you could even probably extend that to Wenger, to be honest with you, because there wasn't a lot of these players. There weren't no repercussions, man. Like, you don't play well, you play. There wasn't Wenger. Like I said, he lost. The club has lost it, but in terms of, if I'm just talking about Wenger, then we just lost that. He lost that ruthlessness, man, that he had in the first sort of 10 years. But yeah, there's too many players that were comfortable at Arsenal. And I'll never forget Paul Merson making this is a few years ago, making that analogy about how everybody gets on and nobody digs each other out, and I bet they all go around to people's houses to celebrate their kids' birthday parties. Something along them lines. I was crying when he said it, but I get what he meant. Everything's just comfortable and nice, and it is. This has been like that for ages at Arsenal.
No, definitely. I mean, no one's
that culture
kind of giving them a kick up the backside to get their skates on. So
yeah,
no, definitely agree there. Mark Green, can't believe we didn't go for Emerson Royal instead of letting him go down the road for 25 minutes. I saw that just before we logged on, and I sat there and thought, from what I've heard on social media, he chose the two Bob Mob over us.
Apparently, they was linked with the guy we got, Tomoyasu.
Apparently, yeah, they were after him. He put his name into Google, and there's all these videos that come up of two Bob Mob fans going, doing videos like, oh yeah, welcome, and we hadn't even signed yet. So
I've heard this guy. I don't know much about Emerson Royal, but I've heard there's serious caliber there, man.
Yeah, no, that's from what I've heard as well. But the fact that the rumor is that he chose them over us is an issue. It is a really big issue, and like they're recruited.
But you know what? That's the thing. This is the problem. Like that probably is true, and that's the problem. That many years ago that would never have happened, but it just shows how far Arsenal's fallen behind.
Oh no, definitely. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, I just don't understand why we're still playing by the FFP rules. Everyone's spending like crazy, and we're like the third from the bottom one. Let's stop getting loans and not spending. I mean, I'd understand if we were in the Dutch leagues, because I learned this morning. Anybody that's been watching the show for most of the day will know this, is that they get audited on what they're spending and what they're paying their players. If they're overspending or overpaying their players, they can lose points, they can lose their license, and all sorts of things in that league. I mean, I think that would be good for us, but I can't see it happening personally. Can you imagine the outroar if City lost their license to be a professional football club because they're spending too much? Be absolute outrage everywhere. Even United and like say Chelsea. Can you imagine the uproar from the fans?
Yeah, we're the only ones that follow FFP, man.
Yeah, no, well we're third from the bottom. Third from the bottom on the table. I saw the table the other day as well. We're the third from the bottom that does actually follow the rules. And we're not in debt, and we're actually stable.
Yeah,
it's madness. All right, got Sparks is back again for the third show of the day. Welcome back, Sparks. There's nothing wrong with a friendly relationship with players, but they need to face the repercussions. I'm going to let you have this one. Repercussions in terms of Aubameyang last season. What do you think he should have responded quicker from being benched at that Tottenham game, Albert?
Yeah, I'm glad you clarified that, because I was thinking, wonder what he meant, but yeah, I don't know. But sometimes I don't get the fan base sometimes, because I saw a lot of people, and listen, you're not talking to somebody that's Mikel Arteta's fan here, so people need to just in the chat don't get too carried away. But
you're quite safe here, Albert.
There was kind of, you should never have dropped him. He disrespected Aubameyang. And I'm like, hold on a minute. Like, my man turned up late during. There weren't no traffic on the road, bro. There wasn't no traffic because this was during COVID. What traffic was you talking about? But you turned up late as the North London
Have you
as a
been to Mill
captain
Hill, Albert?
for a North. Huh?
Have you been to Mill Hill?
No,
That place is traffic regardless.
No, but Aubameyang weren't in no traffic, man. Trust me. But no, like I just think you can't have your main man turning up late for North London derby and walk and he's let stroll into the team. That can't happen, man.
Okay.
But, Mikel Arteta doesn't help himself because he's exiled certain players, but then there's certain guys that's still playing in the team. Madness.
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask your opinion on Arteta patting 34 in the back after a red card.
You know what? I know bare man that have been on him. I'm talking about ex-professionals. They said they couldn't believe it. I think I was listening to well, I'll mention the footballers. I don't you know what channel that's probably on, but Cherry Sinclair was talking about. He said he couldn't believe when he saw Mikel Arteta. Like the problem was before it got to that point. Obviously, Arteta and my namesake again on the bench, Albert, whatever his surname is, but call him headphones man. But he's there looking at the monitor and going, oh, like you could see he's thinking, I can't believe you got sent off. And then he's been sent off and you go and you pat him on I'm like, what are you doing, man? There's certain managers that they wouldn't even look at the player. They just let him walk off the pitch. I just thought, Arteta, you're not doing yourself any favors, man. Seriously. That to me, there's no circumstances that you had to do that in that situation right there. I see people talking about, I didn't touch him, and I said, look, the man's leg does not have to be hanging off his body for a player to be sent off for a challenge as stupid as that. But Arteta, I couldn't believe when I saw that, Lottie. I'll be honest, couldn't believe him. Just let him go off the pitch.
I think after that tackle, I don't know if did you see Alan Shearer's comments after that? I think I'm completely with him in the sense that he hasn't got the memo about two-footed tackling. It's just it's technique. He should know better. As a senior player, he should know better. Yeah, I've never seen one of the Hale End boys do that. They know better, so why doesn't he?
But again, this is the problem, man. Like I was waiting for the guys that listen. Let's be honest, right? This might upset some people, unfortunately, but that's just football. But and YouTube. But there's a lot of people. They don't publicly come out and admit it. But they skirt around the issues when they tweet. They was happy this guy stayed at Arsenal. Very happy. No, I'm telling you, I'm not winding people like that. There's people that were very happy that 34 stayed at Arsenal. Very happy. This is what we got. 6 years he's been here. This is his sixth season at Arsenal. Was it 4 Reds? 40, was it 40? Something 40 odd bookings, something like that.
It was 42. I believe Jay. And if you're listening, Jay, we might need that start up again. I believe Jay put in there the other night 42 yellows, 4 red cards, and over 280 fouls in 5 years.
I mean, people talking about Arteta, right? And it's right. I agree, by the way, that there is no conceivable reason to stick up for this guy. There isn't. There's zero, and that applies to Granit Xhaka.
Yeah, no, you just can't defend him anymore. I mean, I don't know how people do it, honestly.
I do find it strange. I do. I don't really understand what it is that what this guy's got over them. Him and Arteta, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I can't fathom it. It's just something I sit there and I question. I'm like, what the hell is going on?
Arteta 20 plus months in the job now. And I said it before, and I'm going to say it again, man. I don't mind repeating myself, Lottie, even if it's on Cannon Chatter as well. Firstly, I look at the squad, and I say to myself, who's improved under Arteta's reign since he's been at Arsenal? That's a very difficult question to answer because I don't think there's many candidates. He's broken he's breaking records for the wrong reasons, man. And you can't turn and say, give him, like, look at the guys that's come in. The guys that, listen, people might go, oh, yeah, but he needs time to bed them in. This is his third season. Do you want to give him another 3 years? Well, I mean, even Arsenal Football Club, any football club should get to a point where you say, you know what, the standards have slipped. We're not where we should be after 2 months of the season. We're not where we should be at 6 months of the season. We're in the bottom three. I mean, probably every Arsenal fan in the chat who's watching this, definitely in my lifetime, I've never seen Arsenal bottom of the league. Let that sink in to Arsenal fans. Now, honestly, Lotte, I know it's only 3 games. But I said to you before, they'll go, it's only September. It's only October. It was only pre-season. No one else is doing business. Have you seen Leicester City transfer window this season?
Yes.
Bertrand, Vestergaard, Patson Daka, Bubakari some more. Lukeman on loan for a season.
Yep.
And you're trying to tell me business can't be done? Come on, man.
Yeah.
Manchester United. Lottie. Manchester United got £25 million for Daniel James.
Yeah.
That's what you call doing. That's what you call doing business and getting the madness.
It is doing business, especially with Leeds. I mean, Leeds offered that money for Ben White last transfer window, and Brighton wanted more. They said no. We come along and pay 50. Doesn't make sense. I know it's the English tax and all the rest of it, and I know he's a great player because I've watched him at Peterborough and onwards and upwards. But it's just crazy. The market is crazy because he's an English player. I know the rules are all changing at the moment, and the clubs are we're definitely working towards it with the influx of Ramsdale and White. But it's just madness.
But then people talk about the Chelsea thing, for example. Are they bought it all? We don't want to be like them. We don't want to keep sacking managers. In terms of their transfers, right? Let's be honest, right? They're moaning about, you look how much money. What did they sell Tammy Abrahams for? 34 plus million.
Yeah.
Kurt Zuma, more than 28 million. They've made money. Listen.
They also make money out of their academy. They buy up all the young talent and then they sell it. Yeah. That's how they sustain themselves, and that's why they're buying all the best players. I mean, we don't seem to be doing that with Haaland, which is really rather annoying because I know there's some really good talent there. Yeah, from what I've seen.
Because Lottie, no disrespect to Daniel James, Abrahams, and Zuma, right? But that's good business, man. I think United. I'm not sure. I think they paid 12 or 15 million pounds for Daniel James. Like, you're making profit, a good profit. Madness, bro. Like, we can't seem to sell anyone. It's madness.
Sorry, I am listening to you, Albert. I'm just skimming through these comments because there's loads coming in still.
There's loads.
PSG are prime example to turn. Before I read this one, Sparks, thank you for the heads up. I didn't see that. Appreciate the correction. Mark Green, PSG are prime example to turn down 189 million bid from Madrid. Now he's going for free next summer. I said that I was saying this. He can go anywhere he wants. That kid is 22, 23?
Yeah.
He's got another 10 years on him.
That's a power thing because I'm sorry, you don't turn down that money. You don't turn that down.
Well, PSG are going down the same route as Barcelona. They're going to have to start cutting wages eventually. And then they're going to be in the position that Man United, Arsenal, and Chelsea are in when they can't sell people because of high wages.
Because that,
Man
to
United
me,
and Arsenal are top of that list as well.
To turn that down, to turn that down to me doesn't make any sense. No. It doesn't make any business sense.
No, it doesn't, especially when you've signed one of the best strikers in the world. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I don't understand that. There's whoever's in charge at PSG in terms of making that decision should be fired tonight. They should be fired.
Definitely. Thing is, I think that bid was actually kind of a panic because they know that next year Chelsea or United or City will be going in for him because he's free.
Yeah. I can't believe that was turned down. I generally think that's more than crazy.
Where are we?
Oh, there you are.
Sparks again. Sorry about that. Did I disappear off there? Sorry.
Yeah, you came back.
I didn't even notice I
quickly.
came off the screen.
Weird.
That's probably my internet. Apologies, guys.
Yeah.
Mark Green, I was hoping 2 were going to be sold today. As G said earlier in our second show for the transfer deadline day, Mark, we're loan FC. We don't sell players. We loan them. We can't even get rid of Runeson. He's only worth £1 million.
Is he got a? He's got a loan. Is he? Where's he got? I can't pronounce the name of the club he went to.
Leuven, Leuvan. I can't remember what I think it's OH in the front. He's gone out on loan to them for the season, and it's just like, okay. I mean, even Bellerin's things has to be approved by La Liga yet, so that's not even done. So it's concerning. It's concerning. Mark Green, we'll have the best stadium in the championship. I don't ever want to see this. This is my first season without European football. I do not want to see that, Mark. Please, you're going to make me cry. I don't know what you think about that. We will be the NBA. It's a good joke, though. I'll give you that, Mark. What do you think, Albert?
As you know, they say you're never too good to go down, but I generally, and I put my. Well, I'm not sure I put my house on it, but I don't think we'll get relegated.
We're the only club left that hasn't been relegated since 1992. It's not going to happen. Villa were the last ones to go down. So it's just happen. We're going to scrape the barrel again.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard because people. I mean, big up RJ. He said to me, he said, "What are we?" I spoke to him Saturday night. I said to him, he said to me, "What are we?" I said, "What are we gonna do, man?" So what? I said, "What can we do? What can Arsenal do?" I said to him, "I don't know. Everything's wrong." I saw someone mention the women's team they started the season well, but listen, the women's team, the under 23 team, the men's team, the parts of the stadium, James falling apart. I've never seen in my lifetime any football club in my lifetime where so many things are so wrong.
No, definitely. I mean, I think I'm just going to jump down to Sparks' comment. This comment, I called the media team out the other week because they did a massive shoot on the stadium and they just used the crest where you were up there, you've seen the state of it.
Yeah, I've seen the state of it.
I mean, it's got worse. In the shot that they used, cannon was peeling. I'm like, do you not have any regard for this club? I mean, it's just in total disrepair. It's not even 20 years old yet.
You know, I don't understand. Like, now I don't know who. I mean, I don't know who operates. Actually, you could label this at any Twitter account where they've looked where a big organization, or it don't have to be football club. It could be retail. People monitor these things online, right? So I'm not being funny. From the minute from the minute the one Arsenal fan said, "You know what? The stadium's looking a bit looks like it needs a bit of TLC." They should have had somebody outside that stadium within 2 hours to repair the damage and how tatty it looks like. I don't understand.
I don't either.
I generally do not understand what's going on.
I mean, that ground is what 60,000 seats on a top flight game. That's £90 a head. That's a lot of money. That
is a lot of money.
27 grand, I think, a game, maybe a little bit more. And that's without concessions. That's without all the beers that people buy inside. If I'm wrong, it's around that. It's thousands in that region anyway. But
it is. I've never seen a club in such a state.
Yeah, right. Keith, if we lose to the Spuds in 3 games' time, he's got to be sacked. Do you know what? I read in the Independent, he's got 5 games before he loses his job.
That probably
sacking him is the answer right now.
Yeah, I mean, I said at the start of the season that it's not that I didn't care about preseason. It's just that I would judge it more on the first 2 months of the season, and with the way things are going, it is definitely going to be the first 2 months of the season. The Tottenham game, I mean, even if we did win that and he happens to still be in charge, he's still under humongous pressure. No, Arsenal fans will enjoy the result for the day, of course, because it's our rivals. We want to beat them, but the bigger picture is we're in a mess. And actually, you know what? I know he's gone to Spurs, but give Nuno Santo credit, man. He's done wonders at Wolves for 2 years. Listen, he's got them. He started off pretty well at Tottenham, so yeah, it's going to be an interesting North London derby, to say the least.
No, definitely. I mean, I've thought another question. Looking at the bigger picture, do you think that Arsenal have lost their identity of like who we are and our values with the way things are going right now?
Yeah, they have, and they have for a long time. And I the best way I can describe it as a fan, from my own personal point of view, everyone would be different. I said it a few weeks. I said it 4 or 5 weeks ago, maybe 3-4 weeks ago. I can't remember. I'm a massive fan of the Olympics. Right, I love watching Olympics when it comes around. Particularly the last three have captivated me, and the participants have had me engaged. Some of the stories, you feel a connection. You feel emotional towards them. There's all the emotions you should have about your football club. I don't have that for Arsenal. Then that's the bluntest and be honest way I can put it. It's not that. Yeah, I'll go and watch them play, and see some of the people I want to see before the game. But in terms of the club, that emotional attachment and the satisfaction and enjoyment you get, it's not there, and it hasn't been there for years. And that's the best way I can describe it. And it's going to be a long time before that happens again. And I mentioned this again before to a lot of the fan base, in terms of, I would say, the 17 to early 20s, mid 20-year-olds. I said, look, the clubs go through cycles, but unfortunately, just stick it out. It's easy to say, but listen, you can go and support another team if you really want to. Football's changed a lot. People do it. They can support one club. They don't. What have Arsenal given us as fans to be proud of? You've probably lost a lot of the younger generation anyway in terms of the fan base. I think they have. As a kid growing up, unless your family bullies you to support, them, Arsenal's not gonna. Arsenal wouldn't be their first choice to support. It's going to be Chelsea. It's going to be Man City or Man United, Liverpool. It is. They're going to have the pull, because Arsenal just don't. There's no connection there at all. There isn't. And that, to me, watching that Olympics, particularly the last one, just gone obviously in Tokyo, I felt way more emotion towards some of them athletes where there's some sports I've even watched ever, and then what I've seen in my football team for a number of years. And I think that's a sad reflection of what it's come to, personally.
No, completely agree with you there. I mean, as Georgina's just said in the comments, it's the care and connection between the club and the fans, and it's not there. It's not there anymore. I mean, we do still care. We saw that when the Super League came along. We saw that, we were there, we witnessed it firsthand. And then it just fizzled out.
Yeah.
Because we got what we wanted. And the thing is, if we really wanted something like this, the movement should keep going. But they give us new kits, and it's all like, give us players, sign-ins, we win a game.
Yeah,
we're happy.
They do.
And the heartache, it's too much sometimes. It really is. I had to turn the City game off at half time. I couldn't do it. It would have ruined my weekend.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. It wasn't a good. It was. I mean, there's part of me that was shocked, and I wasn't by what I saw.
I was expecting a loss, but not that high.
2-3. I said Arsenal will lose 3-1, but the problem is Arsenal. I've never seen any football team like it, where we go 1-0 down, and we just completely capitulate. I mean, I said it even after the game on Saturday. I said, in regards to Arteta, I don't want to hear what he's got to say. There's nothing he's going to say after that. There's nothing he could have said after that defeat against Man City that I would have wanted to hear. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, no.
People keep talking about. The thing is, I look at it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Partey, Ben White. Who's the other guy? I'm just going to say now because it's gone up my head. Pepe. Yeah, sorry, Pepe. Yeah, those three. All right, you could say they was missing. Aubameyang played. Saka played. ESR played. Erdegaard played. Leno is in goal. Tierney played. I could name a few more. I mean, people keep saying players are missing. Not many of them are missing against Man City.
No, completely with you. You can blame injuries all you like, but the fact is, there is players there that shouldn't have allowed that scoreline to happen.
Yeah, it was terrible. I mean, like I said, the three centre backs that played with Wenger signings. I mean, it tells you everything.
No, definitely. Even Boris, he said his little pet shop had needed a new ceiling recently. He got his ceiling repaired straight away when he noticed it.
Yeah,
they need to go hire a bloody painter. I mean, it's not.
He's right.
Not so much a painter, but someone that does the work.
Yeah. Like I said, it's the negligence, man. That's what it is, man. There's neglect at every level, man. I mean, if you can't even get your stadium right, that's a standards thing, man. You can't get that right, then your club is in the toilet.
Oh, but I'm not complaining about the pitch. The pitch is always pristine. I'll give them that. But anything else, no. Those seats are faded. There's like broken seats and everything. It's just, it looks terrible. I know it's nearly 20 years of people sitting like having bums on seats, but it just looks a wreck. I mean,
but you said it. But you said it. You said it. Like the stadium's not even that old, and that's happening already. That's crazy. How's somebody not monitoring this?
Who knows? Who knows? Mark Green, if we lose to Norwich, he has to go. If we lose to Norwich, I will be one angry human being because I will be at that game. Just stay out of my way.
I will be punished. I will be punishing myself for that game as well.
Yeah, we'll definitely meet up beforehand though.
Yes, I've got a lot. There's going to be a lot of meetups to do. Yeah.
No, definitely, because obviously, at the moment, if you are going to the games, guys, obviously on our review show for Norwich, get your photos in. We will be showing fan photos. I will specifically go and find Albert just for one of those. Specifically, I'm going to be a fangirl and we're going to do it.
I'll come and find you.
If you are going, don't forget to send your pictures in for the review show after Norwich, which will be the Monday after Norwich, which is basically the next day.
Is it? Right. We've got Norwich I think you've got Norwich on a Saturday.
On a Saturday.
It should be Monday will be the 13th, and that's the 13th of September.
Yeah. So it'll be Monday the 13th. And the game's on the Saturday, which makes me even more happier because I don't have to worry about going to work the next day.
There's always a plus. There's always a plus.
Oh, definitely. Boris is lack of fight in a good way throughout the club. That's a big problem. I said this earlier. I do think we're rotten from the top down, and that's where the main problem is. I think it will take us, dare I say it, touch wood, it doesn't happen, get us relegated for them to even considering selling. Because people are going to go to the games. It's been so long, we haven't been there. We want to go out, we want to see friends, and it's football. So it's a hard one. I mean, even me and Scott had a chat about this morning. We were saying like the current kits are just nostalgia. The third kit, nostalgia. The yellow one is beautiful. I'm not too keen on the home kit, but I can't say I want Cronky out anymore because I've gone and bought these kits. I've funded them. Do you know what I mean? It's really it's tricky.
I've not bought any. I'll be honest. In terms of Arsenal merchandise, I've not bought anything from Arsenal directly since 2015. That's a long time.
I get all of my stuff off Adidas because I like to get back up my my creators points. So I don't go to Arsenal.
There are other suppliers out there that I tend to find my Arsenal gear from, but I'm not going to mention that to boost that. But no, you know what?
Saving money, are we?
Yeah, as much as you get on the Cronkies, man, and you can, of course, you can get on them. You can get on them anytime.
Yeah.
But Stan doesn't pick the team. Stan doesn't do the tactics. He doesn't do the formations. Stan doesn't pick the captain of the football club. That's all on Mikel Arteta.
Oh no, we know. I'm not disputing that, but it's rotten from all the way down to the board.
No, I know. But
they're all at fault as far as I'm concerned. I try not to jump on this whole Arteta out because I'm bored of this argument. I get people telling me he hasn't got the credentials.
There's people that say that
on paper he has the credentials.
Mm.
You need to think about what you're saying. Like, he's been working with Pep. He worked with Pep for God knows how long. He used to play for this club, and you're telling me he hasn't got the credentials. It doesn't make sense. On paper, he does. That's my point. In terms of winning stuff, apart from what he's won with us, he hasn't got it. Fair enough. You're saying that from that point of view. But if you're telling me he hasn't got anything on paper to say that he can do this job, it doesn't make sense. It's the same argument with Alex Scott. Alex Scott's got a degree, for God's sake.
I think my only thing with Arteta, I've said it before, so this is nothing going to be extraordinarily new from what I said before, but I think a lot of Arsenal fans, not all, some of them, the ones that, some Arsenal fans, or sections is the right word I like to use.
Albert, I'm just going to interrupt you for a second. Bournemouth have announced Celtic's Ryan Kirsty, who's signed for them.
Is that Ryan Christie?
Bournemouth announced the signing of Celtic's Ryan Christie. Yep, Ryan Christie. And they've beaten off Burnley to sign the 26-year-old attacking midfielder. So they've signed him. There's no fee mentioned. And also Sheffield have signed Morgan Gibbs-White on loan from Wolves. That's
a good move for him. The Ryan Christie one's an interesting one, man. Wow. I like Ryan Christie. He's a good player, actually. But I'm surprised he's gone to... where's he gone to again?
He's gone to Bournemouth from Celtic.
Wow, that's interesting.
What do you think that would mean for him?
I can only possibly think, because let's be honest, Scott Parker and Sean Dyche are like chalk and cheese when it comes to managers in terms of their approach to football. So that might have what swayed it for Ryan Christie. But that's interesting. It's interesting.
No, definitely. We comments. Keith, my family supported Gunners for generations. That's never going to change. I mean, mine did. I can say that. That's why I'm a huge Arsenal fan.
Yeah.
I mean, being the only girl out of my cousins, it was encouraged. So a lot of you guys who do follow Cannon Chat will know my story and you know my story of why I'm an Arsenal fan.
Yes.
And I haven't looked back since. Literally haven't looked back. Not 34 style fight. Ugh. Do you know what? He's an idiot. And that's all I've got to say to that.
You know what it was? At the time, I'll be honest, I didn't obviously from the angle I saw it, I didn't really see. I just thought it's a stupid tackle. But then when I watched the replay, I said, this guy, man.
He doesn't learn. Does not learn. He's done it before. Alan Shearer's called him out on it.
Yeah.
And I'm going to make you laugh in a minute. I saw on my feed, not people I follow, but people hitting the like button of someone asking 34 for an apology for what he did on Saturday. An apology. He's only ever apologised twice. He twerked all summer for Roma, right?
And he's still here.
And then all this fake badge grabbing at the Chelsea game after he scored. And then he does that. You're telling me he wants to be here? No, not for me. He twerked for Roma, he can go to Roma.
Oh, God.
Roma, he's still on sale for a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch and a curly whirly. Please come and take him.
You're going to be waiting a long time, boy.
Yeah, I know, but even the Roma fans said that he's too expensive for that price. So
come on, Arsenal, we still got a few hours, man. Let's pull something out of the bag.
I mean, me and Georgina want to sell El Sideways for 2 Twixes. So, let's see how it goes from there.
Remember when I said to you, I said, there's one player at Arsenal that I cannot believe is still here.
It's El Sideways, isn't it?
Before anyone else is Mohamed El-Neni. I can't believe it. I generally can't believe it. He's still here.
I mean, it's taken him this long to get to last season to get his first Premier League goal. Albeit it was a worldie. He only scores worldies, but it's not very often.
I just don't understand. I cannot believe he's still here. I can't. I don't know what to say.
Thanks, Mark.
There you go.
Stan should sell his ranch. It's worth $500 million. Do you know
He's not
what?
gonna
He
sell
should
that,
sell
is he?
that. No, he isn't. He should sell the LA Rams and give us our money back. That's what he should do. Have you seen the pictures of that stadium? Like literally no expense.
Who is it? He moved
been
them.
wasted.
He moved them from St. Louis to St. Louis to
St.
LA?
Lu-
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
did.
were furious. For what I
Well,
hear.
they tried to do that to us. They tried to
Because he said he wouldn't do it, and then he did it.
Do you know what's really annoying me about this Super League thing, right? The idea was around before when the Champions League was conceived in '99, and that head of Real Madrid got outvoted, and they chose the Champions League, and he's tried it again because he hasn't got enough money. Can you imagine being in that Super League and getting tanked by all these teams week in, week out, and not be relegated?
Yeah, it'd be embarrassing, man.
And having a North London derby in somewhere like Australia. Scott, if you're listening to this back, I apologise, but it's just the first example that popped in my head. I know you'd love to see it, but can you imagine having a North London derby in
Don't worry, Scott, man. I'll come to Brisbane, man, next to Olympics, man.
But can you imagine having a North London derby in Australia?
That would be mad. I know.
It wouldn't be a North London derby, though, would it? It's not London. It doesn't make sense. It'd just be another fixture.
Unless Arsenal looking to put on free flights for fans to get there. No one's going, mate.
No, all those Australian fans are picking up them tickets. You ain't getting a ticket.
No, you're not.
The Australian fans will take that up. I'm sure some of the Kiwis will do a 2-hour flight over as well.
But yeah, it is mad. I cannot believe this guy on an East like Arsenal. I think it's ridiculous, to be honest.
No, definitely. Griezmann's gone back to Atleti. That's what I like to hear. I will be watching the Liga and I'm watching them this season because my favourite player has gone back there in the midfield.
Yeah, when he made that move, I wasn't convinced him going Barcelona. It just wasn't.
It didn't make sense to me.
And it hasn't worked out. So
I'm glad he's gone back there. Very happy with that. My dad's buzzing. He's left Celtic. He was so poor the other day.
Oh, gee, man, give him. He's all right, man. Right, Chris, he's all right, man. Right, Chris is all right.
Suarez, we scored six against West Brom in the League Cup, but when will the scoring in the Premier League start? Do you know what really surprised me with that game? We went in for the kill. I haven't seen them go in for the kill like that in a very long time. I know it was their kids team, but I've never seen us going for a kill like that in a very long time. Very long time. The last time I saw that was Wenger.
It don't happen very often, but
yeah, no, I actually enjoyed being an Arsenal fan for that game completely. For a change.
Yeah. I don't know. In terms of watch-alongs for this season for Arsenal, I'm not even. I said this to Arjus. I'm not even sure if I'm being honest.
Do you want that other side of you to come out though? That's the problem because it's not gonna. I don't think we're in for an easy ride this season. I mean,
to be honest with you, I do like a North London derby, so I will try and get a ticket for that. Actually, I think they're going to sell tomorrow. I think they do. I'm sure it's tomorrow. It's either tomorrow or Thursday. I'll have to try and get one.
No, definitely.
That's the one game I'll have to do.
Do you know what? I'm actually looking at. There's some tickets for the Arsenal Chelsea ladies. And do you know what? It's £7.50 to go, £7.50, and or you could pay £16 and sit in the box.
That's even less than my haircut, so that's not a bad price.
Do you know what? That's a 10% on my haircut.
G's in the chat, isn't she?
Yeah, she's in here somewhere.
Set your calendar, right? You get your whatever. I don't know what game you can try and get. We'll get you done. We'll get you done. We'll get you done.
No, definitely, and then it will be a party.
Yeah,
you never know. Albert might have a drink with us. I know you don't drink, but if
I don't, you're right. I don't. I'll buy you both drinks. It's fine.
Oh, wicked! It's right. We'll get you orange juice. Don't worry. Or a kind of fizzy pop. Yeah, we'll sort you out.
And I'll make sure you get home as well.
Oh, gentlemen. Okay. Right, let's have a look. Boris is back again. El Sideways is our Phil Jones. The boss is to get his history in the transfer window. I think that's true. Because all you ever see in the summer when he's not doing anything, he's training down the beach. Or or when he comes back, he's training. I know he's not a player, but touch on that. That Phil Jones situation is insane. Yeah.
I don't know what's happened there. That whoever gave him that contract at United, but Jesus.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. Do you know, I actually forgot about him until this point. That's really bad. That's how bad it is. I just completely forgot about him. I forgot he was still playing. Right, it's over.
Probably.
No,
If
Keith,
it's down
no.
to Stan.
Behave yourself. Like Arizona, no. Sorry, not going to happen. That's not going to happen. You think the Super League was scary? If that was going to happen, there would be absolute uproar from fans across the country.
Oh God! Yeah, there
I think
would
the
be.
protest would be bigger than the first one that we went to. Bigger.
You know what? We need to get. If we could, we need to get. I shouldn't really promote. We need to get Extinction Rebellion to come and help us out, man.
A bit after them, like Arsenal fans anyway. The way they behave. Keith, the Arsenal women are good. I like watching them. I do as well. As I said, if you're around, Keith, tickets are like £7.50. Don't fill up the stadium, but they do. If you want to sit in a box, it's like £16.75. Or if you want to sit in the lower tier, £7.50.
Lottie, if you've got any connections for Leah Williamson now, I'll be very grateful, to be honest.
She did like one of my tweets the other day. I can give you that connection if you like.
Yeah, I do like Leah Williamson. I must admit.
She was brilliant in the Olympics. I knew you were watching her.
She was good.
Yeah, she was brilliant. Good. So.
Oh, look at that! She's already confirmed. She's put confirmation ready. Look.
Oh, that's wicked. What did 21st? Oh, don't tell me that's a weekday game.
It is a weekday game. It is.
Oh no, G, you got to choose a weekend, and then we can go out.
That's what I thought she would do.
G,
you know how many weekend games you could pick?
I want to go out. Exactly.
Yeah, G, the weekday can work, but I just assume she'd choose a weekend game.
Yeah.
A Saturday game, preferably.
Yeah. No. Yeah. And then we can just go out.
Come on,
and
G.
no rush about getting home.
Yeah.
Come on, G.
Yeah, come on, G.
Right, let's just have a quick look. Emerson has tweeted Spurs. Wonderful to be with you. Here we go.
Just see her put that in the chat.
Oh. Wolves have ended negotiations to sign Kamara and more. They're unwilling to pay 12 million asking price for more at the moment. Who
wants 12 million for him?
Cardiff want 12 million for Kiefer Moore.
That's a lot of money for him, man.
He is, but he is on his last 12 months. They can get him for free next summer.
Yeah, that's true.
Here's a good one. Here's a good headline for you, Albert. Celtic signed Jota.
Oh,
no, not that one. The one from Benfica.
Was it?
There's a Jota at Benfica is going on season-long loan to Celtic.
What's the link with Edward? Is Palace actually got him, or is it just a rumor?
I think that's still a rumor. I haven't seen anything in the feed. Anything in the feed. But they.
Let me look at Arsenal fixtures for G.
Marseille were also holding out for a fee in excess of 12 million for Kamara, who is in the last 12 months of his deal. So we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, real.
G's just said maybe October.
Yes, go on, G. We'll have a look.
Keith's definitely up for watching the Arsenal ladies. Keith, we'll get some tickets at some point.
Yeah.
You can also watch them on Sky this season. They are on Sky.
Oh, yes,
Women's Super League are on Sky.
They are.
Exciting times to see the ladies on the telly.
It's big moves, man. Yeah, it's big moves. Very big moves.
She has to use the holiday out. That's fine, G. I'll add more time on. I've got 2 weeks off now. I doubt they're going to let me off, but I'll pull a tricky. I was trying for this weekend's girl game, but it wasn't meant to be. Unlucky, G. Maybe October.
She's too busy being a superstar. That's what she is.
Yeah, no, definitely.
So looking at the calendar,
just said he is a championship player. More,
yeah, he is. Yeah.
This one broke my heart.
That's when I saw that, I said, "Wow,
Miguel, great signing." Wow. I mean, it's just a really big eye opener to see how far we are behind everybody.
He's not like he's only 26, I think. Still, Niguez.
Yeah, I think that's right.
I did hear the rumor, but I didn't see it happening. But I was like, wow, they got him for the season-long loan. So yeah, wow.
That reminds me, there's a rumor that we might be going in for a last-minute dash for Asensio. He's not in Carlo Ancelotti's plans. Sorry,
Yeah.
Do you think it will be a shock sweep for us or a panic buy if we did go in for him? And would he
came
fit
with
into Arsenal? Guys, in the comments, let me know what you think while Albert collects his thoughts.
He wouldn't fit into this Arsenal team. I don't know. He's kind of. I remember this when he first sort of come on the scene. I thought, nah, this guy's a serious talent, man. I don't really know why it hasn't worked out. If Souls was in the chat, he'd tell me, but I don't really know why it hasn't worked out for him at Real Madrid. Because really, if I was looking at the guy that first came onto the scene, he should be a megastar at Madrid. Absolute megastar. Insane ability, man. Him and the likes of Isco. Like, I don't know what's happened to their careers, really. They've not sort of fulfilled their potential. You could put that down to some of the managers they've worked with, or maybe it's the systems. You can't say it's the players around them, because they've got good players around them. So it has to be the manager. But yeah, the problem is, Lottie, right? We get linked with players.
Mm-hmm.
Well, certain players, shall I say, Isco and Asensio, for example. We would never get these guys in there. Like, I know they're not over. I know I was Asensio now. Someone put in the chat, I can't remember, but he's not old, but we never get these guys in their prime, because it's won't come to Arsenal. So when people bring up names like Coutinho, I'm like, no, man. Like, it just, you can't be letting these guys
Maybe
come for a payday,
a couple of years ago, but not now.
Not now, no. The ships are sailed, man. Big time.
He'd be a luxury player. He'd be another, dare I say, he'd be another Willian.
Yeah.
Probably a little bit better, because he was the worst Arsenal signing I've ever seen. Fabrizio Romano's just tweeted, Real Betis are finally closing the deal for Hector Bellerin after medical completed today. Salary issues to be resolved by La Liga. Arsenal are now hopeful too that this is going to happen. And it looks like it came from Mete Moreto over at Spain's Sky Sports.
Yeah. You know what? Because the pace is not like the Premier League. It might.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying he's going to go over there and tear it up, Bellerin, by the way, before people start getting carried away. But
no.
It might suit him just because of the pace of the league. Possibly, we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
I'll get Souls to be on scout watching it to see how he does over there.
Monday, Friday game 2 away. She's looking at the game on the 6th of November, home to Troy Deeney returns to Arsenal.
No, he's gone to Fingers, isn't he? Troy's gone to Birmingham.
Yes.
For 2 years.
Thank God for that. Don't have to see it.
Is he a Brummie? Is he Brummie? Is he? I think he is.
Oh, I'm not sure, but I'm not these big.
What did you say in the 6th? I saw we got Leicester on the end of October.
6th of November, which is Watford.
Yeah, Watford. Yeah, Watford. Yeah. Go on, G.
Boris again. Other teams see the weakness and fix it. Arsenal see one and talk about fix it maybe at some time in the future.
Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, we've got a lot of weaknesses, but we can't sell them.
I think Mark said he's 25. I
don't want to be undercut, which is really rather annoying.
Yeah. Ooh, that's harsh.
Got Keith. Think he'd be the same as Ceballos. Ooh, that's the first time I've said that man's name since that game. Wow.
I don't know. Because I've not seen Asensio play for age. Like it's hard. It's hard, isn't it? But yeah, the talent's not in question. It's just I don't know what's happened to him since he's been over there.
Yeah, got Sparks. Asensio was touted out early plans, so not a panic buy, but not happening if they aren't getting Mbappe. But But it's still rumored. He's still not in Ancelotti's plans. So
yeah, 28.
I think that's.
Is it Asensio or?
Asensio, I think that was. I wasn't sure.
I think Isco's I know Isco's. I think Isco's late 20s, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
I think so. Georgina, nothing else happening today for us incoming wise. We've still got 2.5 hours yet.
Nothing's being hopeful.
I'm hopeful. I want one more signing. I need one more. I want 3, but one more, please.
You don't. I know Eddie.
Okay, he's 25. I'm not sure who Mark's referring to. It might be
I think
Asensio.
he is young. I know he's young, Asensio, but I don't know how old he is now.
James reminded me that he's left Watford. I
He's
missed
gone
that
to
deal.
Birmingham. Yeah, I think 2-year deal. I think he's got
No,
Birmingham.
definitely. I missed that deal, so I do apologise.
Troy's gone, man.
No, definitely. Fulham are in talks to sign Nathaniel Chalobah from Watford. 50-50 deal at the moment. Not clear whether he's on loan or permanent.
Yeah, Nathaniel Chalobah. I don't know. It's a weird one with him because again, he's from Chelsea, but I don't know. Is he still on loan from there? But he's what I've seen of him. I think there's a player in there, but he doesn't seem to have settled down at sort of any one club. So I don't know. See how he gets on.
No, definitely. I think it'd be interesting to see where he eventually settles down. To be fair, and then see what happens with all the moving around. Okay.
Yeah.
Negotiations between Everton and Porto for Luis Diaz have definitely collapsed.
Yeah.
There's no agreement, no way to find a solution in the next 5 hours. Cavani's now definitely staying, and he's not leaving in the final hours of the window with United. He's actually confirmed that on his Instagram. I'm not going anywhere. Other than that, at the moment, it's a bit quiet. I mean, Wolves aren't going to get Sergio Oliveira from Porto. He's staying.
No.
But that's just a bit quiet. It's going to go mad at the last bit.
I can't see Arsenal. I can't see Arsenal doing anything.
Arsenal signing Mesut Ozil on the deadline day swoop.
That was amazing.
I was in Turkey. I was in Turkey watching Sky Sports, and I threw my drink over my head and smashed the glass.
It was amazing that deal happened. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, no, it was brilliant. It was in the final minutes they announced it, and it was like, oh my god! I mean, they did it with Party as well.
Yeah, because the thing is, when we signed Ozil, he wasn't. You know what I mean? He was still in his pomp, man.
Yeah, no, definitely. I've got one that's going to make you smile. I'm going to let you answer, Keith.
Oh god!
Because
keep the faith, people. Mbappe and Haaland incoming.
I just got to laugh.
Haaland's an interesting one because I actually thought when he was touted around, I would say probably, I don't know, last 18 months or whatever. I actually thought he would have been an easier deal to make for one of the big boys to get him. But it hasn't actually turned out that way at all. So he's still young. Listen, spend your time in Dortmund or whether he's for another season or so. It's not going to hurt him.
No, definitely not. Right, Albert, my next question for you is going to relate to this next comment I'm going to put up on the screen in a second.
Go on.
Have a think before you answer, because I'm going to put the comment on straight up after. What was the best Arsenal reveal you've ever seen? Boris's was Sol Campbell. I'm old enough to remember seeing that live. So, what is the best? As an Arsenal fan, what's the best reveal you've ever seen? For a signing?
No, I've got to admit, when we signed Dennis, that was different. That was something else.
Mm-hmm.
Because Wrighty, I knew how good Wrighty was, obviously, from what I saw at Palace, but I was buzzing with, obviously, we got Ian Wright, but no, the signing of Dennis was incredible. I know he had a tough time in Italy, but technician-wise, ability-wise, and for most people know of any age generation, if you do your homework, Bruce Rioch didn't sign Dennis Bergkamp. We all know that. David D signed it, but no, Dennis for me, yeah, incredible. The Sol Campbell one's a very good shout because when I heard that, I couldn't believe it. I thought it was a wind-up. But it was to get him on a free as well. That could never happen today. But no, Dennis for me, absolutely Dennis Bergkamp, 100%. To get a player of his caliber, I was thought, is this really happening?
Mm-hmm.
And you know what Dennis done at Arsenal, you could see the player we bought. Even if you saw Dennis play for Holland, oh my god, the goal in 1998 World Cup when he brought the ball down from the sky against Argentina in the second round of the World Cup. I mean quarterfinal, sorry, different. Dennis was different class, man. 100% Dennis. What are you laughing for, you crazy? Oh, I think Lottie's gone. Is she gone? She's pausing. I can see her.
I don't know if you guys can hear me
Yeah, you're back now.
or not.
I can hear you, but your camera's frozen, but I can hear you. Keep talking, I can hear you.
I'm frozen. Frozen.
You're frozen.
All right, no worries.
Go on.
As long as you can hear me.
You're breaking up a little bit.
I completely
coming
agree.
back.
I mean, I'm back.
Yeah, go on, you're back.
No, but it's this.
Oh, Lottie's gone. She's gone. I'm gonna have to hold the fort for cannon chatter. But yeah, guys, for me, Dennis Bergkamp, man, absolutely. Best sign. Oh, she's back. Well, that's quick.
I'm back.
You know, that's the quickest delay ever.
Sorry, it kicked me out and I had to come back in. Albert, I'm so sorry you had to close there for
I took the reins.
30 seconds.
Took the reins.
Oh, come on, you're a host yourself. I can trust you. We're all good. We're all good. So, so let's have a move on to the next comment. Haaland will go for a big fee next summer.
Yeah,
I reckon. I think he will as well. Yeah. To be fair, I mean, if he carries on the way he does at BVB, he is at BVB Dortmund, right? Yeah. I think definitely he's going to be one of the top buys next summer. I think definitely one of the top buys.
City might go for.
Oh, Sky. Yeah, no, that would be very interesting if the City do go in for him. I mean, it would be temporary. It'd be a temporary fix, I think, because it depends if he's happy and he can actually play in the Premier League. I think he can. He has the caliber to do it.
I think he could. Yeah,
but it's a case of how well he's going to settle down with the rest of the team, and it's also who can City really offload on the wages of the players that they've got. I mean, they're trying to get rid of Jesus. They're trying to get rid of David Silva. The well. They just can't get rid of them because of the high wages.
He started the season well.
I'd have Jesus. Yeah, exactly.
Jesus, he started the season well.
No, definitely, exactly. Oh, we got some more breaking news. Barcelona are already looking for a potential for a replacement for Griezmann, with Sevilla's Luc de Jong on the radar.
That'd be a
Joao Felix will not be a part of the deal to re-sign Griezmann.
Yeah, De Jong's not. He's not an unknown quantity. He could probably fill in for a season or two, maybe. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it gets on.
Definitely. The other breaking news is Leeds and Valencia are in talks. Oh, bloody hell! Sorry about that. My screen's refreshing. Leeds and Valencia are in talks over Helder Costa moving to Ellen Road tonight. Portuguese forward is likely to fall down the pecking order at Ellen Road with the arrival of Dan James at Man United. What do you think of that? Have you heard of Helder Costa from Valencia?
I've heard of him. I thought he was already. I don't know why I thought he was already in England, but I don't know why I thought that. But no, I've heard of the name. I don't know too much, if I'm being honest. But yeah, but Dan, he wouldn't move him on because you got Dan James in. I mean, I don't know. I'm not Bielsa. Bielsa knows a lot more than I do, so yeah, I trust him with that.
West Ham have also welcomed Alex Král from Spartak Moscow. They've literally just tweeted. West Ham have tweeted the picture, and they've got all the Czech Republic players standing together, doing the irons cross, which is really interesting.
Is he?
He's a midfielder. He's in the Král as a midfielder, and as part of their media thing, they've got Suchek and Kufar standing together doing the iron symbol. I'm not going to do it because I'm an Arsenal fan.
No, you can't do that.
No, I can't do that. As much as I love Green Street, can't do it. But yeah, no, that's their media by the looks of things from Twitter. It was announced maybe about 8 minutes ago on their official Twitter handle, which is interesting.
They're saying in the chat about Helder Costa. He's at Leeds already. He's going to Valencia, innit? I thought he's yeah. Okay, that makes sense now. Yeah.
Yeah. DCL is out for 6 weeks, so he ain't coming. Ooh. Well, it doesn't matter if he's out for 6 weeks. He's still going to sneak into Arsenal, while he's not going for the England call-up, I think me and Georgina can dream.
You could dream, innit?
Oh, James has got a good one. Who was the worst reveal ever? It's got to be Shamak for me. I just weren't impressed with him at
I'm
all.
trying to think. Oh God, I have to get back to you on that one, man.
Okay, James, Albert
There's
will
quite a
come
few-
back
there's-
to you in a few minutes.
James, there's quite a few candidates for that. That's what makes it. That's what
You
makes
can have
it
more than one answer, Albert. I've just picked one off the top of my head. Shamak, can't stand him.
too many candidates. There is. God, it's a hard one. I'll come back to that.
Watching Burkamp live was amazing.
Yeah.
I remember the final days of Highbury with that because I'm not old enough to remember him playing in his prime. But I think my best memory was I was in Highbury, West End, second row from the front. I got to throw the ball back to him. And then the ball came back to us again, and my dad caught and gave it to my brother. My brother wouldn't give the ball back to Thierry.
Yeah.
He was 4. It was brilliant. I'm not giving the ball back to him, and we had to fight him to get the ball back.
Yeah.
It was absolutely brilliant. Helder Costa is a Leeds player.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, bros. I misread that backwards. I do apologise. The page kept refreshing. So,
He was confusing me. I was like, what's he called?
Come on, now, but you should know this by now.
Oh, no,
I like to confuse people. He plays for Leeds now. Yeah. Okay, Mark. Thank you.
Oh, Keith, that's a good shout, man. Of worst play.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to stop dreaming, Keith. Behave yourself. Keith from Mostly Arsenal.
Chris Kiwomia.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah, this guy we got him from. I think we got him from Ipswich. God, dear, he was good at Ipswich, but yeah, coming to Arsenal's a different kettle of fish, man.
Yeah.
I'd probably say Glenn Helder wasn't fantastic either. People Keith remember him in the chat. Many people, Mark, remember Glenn Helder.
That name rings a bell. To be fair,
He was a winger, but he wasn't. It wasn't great. Lottie, put it that way.
Is there a worse revolver than Sanchez to United?
No.
Laurent Koscielny to wherever he went to.
Oh, he went to Bordeaux, didn't he? Was it Bordeaux?
Went to Bordeaux. The way he ripped off the Arsenal shirt for the next shirt. Nah.
That was a bit mad.
That was insult. That was pure insult. Could Yaya Sonego be the worst reveal? Is he up there for you, Albert?
That's the problem. We've got too many, Lottie. That's the problem. I can't disagree with the guys who the names are coming up with. Like, you could come out with Squillaci, Stepanos, Philip Senderos. Even if I go way back, I'm trying to think of guys that were dead footballers that played for Arsenal. There was a few, man.
The list is long. Who's at the top of the list, though? That's the question.
Chris Kiwomia, that's a good one. Oh, God.
Oh, broke his toe. If you've ever done that, it's so painful. I broke all 5 metatarsals. Does that count?
Oh, God.
Someone dropped a weight on my foot. He had no spotter. He's an idiot.
Look, there are people like Francis Jeffers, Lichtsteiner. Good Lord.
Brighton done good with the kid from Prague. I'm not sure what his name is. Albert, do you know?
The kid from Brighton. Oh, God.
Yeah.
He's from Czech Republic.
I'm not sure.
I'll have to get back to you about that one.
I have to go check that out because I like to watch them.
I don't know any Czech Republic players at Brighton, to be honest. No, I don't. Not Czech Republic.
Probably.
Let us know.
Let us know who, Keith. Mostly Arsenal. Sorry, Keith. I'm gonna have because there's 2 of you in the chat. I don't know which one I'm talking to, so I'm gonna call you mostly Arsenal now,
Yeah.
Keith. Keith, Dennis Bergkamp was best player I've ever seen. Made a point of just watching what he did off the ball. Absolute genius. Yep.
Oh God,
Agreed.
Francis Jeffers is in there. Good Lord.
Is he? Okay, hang on.
Yeah.
Stefan Parnos is worst reveals. Great shout, Albert.
Glenn Helder.
Mark Green's agreeing with you. Sonego at Huddersfield. Oof.
Oh my God.
Francis Jeffers. There we go. I don't even remember that name myself. This guy I forgot about until this point. So
people remember the chat. Nelson Vivas. People remember that. Nelson Vivas.
I'm not even going to pronounce that, Keith. Thanks for that. Griezmann is going to Athletic. Yep, we know. I'll be watching him this season. I'm very excited.
I can see.
No, I'm watching. Let's get this straight. I'm watching them to watch Rodrigo de Paul. I watched him in Udinese. I've now vacated over to La Liga for that guy.
Okay, fair enough.
That's
I
it.
believe. Yeah, Santos is terrible. God Lord.
Yeah, he's not Czech. He's African, I think.
Okay.
Pascal
What is
Segan.
that? What Patson Daka? He's African. With Carson Moores. I don't know. You must be one of those two. Because things already there. In Nacho still is already there. Indeed, he's there. So yeah, those are the 4 guys that I know at Villa. I'm not Villa. Sorry, Leicester.
I thought we were talking about Brighton.
You said Brighton, innit? Sorry, yeah, you're right. Sorry,
Yeah,
you said Brighton.
sorry.
You did say that.
That's why I'm like, huh?
Basuma. That's the only one I can think of in Brighton.
Yeah, it's just Basuma there, really.
I can only think. Yeah, I can't think of anybody else. Oh God, Pascal Segon. Oh my God.
Oh, Sparks has got a good call. What about that one?
Yeah,
that is a very good call.
That was dreadful.
Yes, agreed.
They should.
Agreed. They should be winning. They should be winning that. I mean, they've recruited very well, very, very, very well. Let's have a look and see if there's any more updates quickly.
It's 11 o'clock, isn't it? I'd be surprised you get anything in the next couple of hours.
Yeah.
That ain't Ketia one, man. That.
Patrick Roberts has left Man City for their sister club Troyes of a season-long loan. The deal will take him up to the end of his current contract, and it will be his 6th loan since moving from the Afidad from Fulham.
There you go. Look, Dennis Suarez, Kim Karlstrom.
Oh God, I forgot about him as well. He was awful.
The broken back.
Oh gosh. Yeah.
Only Arsenal. It's not even funny. Even Arsenal could only do that. But you buy the player with a broken back, whatever he had. Kim Karlstrom.
It doesn't make sense, does it? I don't even. Do you remember what we spent on him? Anybody in the chat remember what we spent on Kim? Please.
And he hardly played any games either. Oh,
exactly.
God.
He played like 2 or 3 games. Is that right?
Yeah.
So, Sparks, all the money on that one goal under Santos was a joke.
Davor Suker. Listen, if we'd have got the Davor Suker in '96, man, I'd have been laughing. We never got that player, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, we didn't. And Keith, watch your language. If Stephen had seen that, he would not be happy.
He did score a penalty in the semi-final. He did. Remember?
Yeah.
Was that against Reading? I think so.
That rings a bell. I think so. I think the best Reading score was 7-5. That was the best game I've ever seen in my life.
We played. Yeah, I remember we played Wigan in it. We should have lost that semi-final, to be honest.
Yeah, no.
It was over us.
Kim only played for 1 or 2 games, got more trophies than Harry. Yeah.
Well, Harry.
Actually, I'm going to pick your brains about him. What do you think about him actually staying up the road? Well, 4 miles up the road, I should say.
I think the problem with some footballers one of their biggest problems is sometimes their representatives are not very good, because whoever got him to sign that 6-year contract 3 years ago and put no release clause in there is insane. I can only think, I might be wrong, he signed that contract thinking he's going to win something at Spurs. Fair enough, they got to the Champions League final the year after the World Cup in 2018, but when they didn't win that, he wasn't going to win anything at Spurs. So but again, like I said, I don't know who his agent is, but you should fire him.
Definitely, completely agree. I've just seen someone come in the back of the studio.
Yeah.
Please, can we welcome my other co-host for the night, the wonderful, the sensational Stephen.
Good evening, everybody.
You've got the tie on. Go on, Stephen.
Yeah.
As you can see, complete with the yellow tie, and in true other channel fashion, I have a mobile phone that doesn't work, so I can pretend that people are texting me.
Brilliant.
Oh no, good to see you, Stephen, mate.
Guys, how are you?
We're good.
Yeah, good, man. It's been a long day.
We've been good. I mean, we've kept the chat going. We've announced the breaking news as it came. I mean, we've just seen that Alex Krauts joined from Spartak Moscow. They did a massive media thing with Suchek and Kufel, obviously, because they're all from the Czech Republic. But other than that, it's been pretty quiet. People in the chat have been here with us all the way. It hasn't gone below 10.
Good.
You guys are fabulous for even staying, which I thank you so much, because I haven't. This is like my first official Cannon Chat show that I've hosted on my own.
Well,
basically,
go on, lots.
Apart from my own show, I haven't done that by myself. I've got to give a lot of the credit to my first show. Stephen was in the background for the whole time, so. And we've got Suarez. He's in for the third show. There's a lot of people in here that have been here all day, which is absolutely brilliant.
Wow,
fantastic!
Oh, Jamie's just entered the chat. How are you, Jamie? We're just chatting about the worst reveals and worst Arsenal players we've ever had. We've had Kim Kallstrom. We've had
Glenn Helder.
There's been quite a few.
Chris Kiwomya.
Yeah, there's been quite a few. Most of the names have gone over my head.
Freddie Jeffers.
Francis Jeffers. Do you know what? You can't knock Francis Jeffers. He's got a 100% goal scoring record for England. 1 game, 1 goal.
That is true.
David Nugent as well. That's a long time ago, though. God, that's pressing North End.
Yeah. Do you know what, guys? You've done brilliant. A lot of you've been brilliant tonight. I've jumped in and out a wee bit. Obviously trying to get the kids to bed and then try to grab some dinner there and stuff. And I've been jumping in and out. And you guys in the chat, thank you so much for being with us for so long. We still have another couple of hours to go. So do you know what? Keep going with the chat for now, and I'm gonna catch up very quickly on a couple of the things that are going on just on the news channels here. But I'll still be involved, and then I'll come in and keep chatting away.
No, definitely.
Yeah, you know what? Sorry, Lottie. You see that someone put a comment. Charlie Nicholas. It's a shame, you know what? Charlie was a little bit before my time, man. But from speaking to sort of the older Gooners Arsenal fans, maverick footballer, man. Actually, probably what we probably need now, to be honest with you. So, yeah, good shout with Charlie Nicholas.
No, definitely. That was the other Keith, because we got Yates, mostly Arsenal, and this is Keith as well. And I think the best comment of the day was Keith agrees with Keith yesterday. I thought it was absolutely brilliant.
That's brilliant.
So,
oh God, remember that
Morris
oh my God!
So,
I mean,
Runnerson's loan has just been confirmed.
Yes, I would rather resell him, but he's gone. He's halfway out the door.
That's confirmed on the Arsenal website.
Okay,
brilliant. What do you think of that, Albert? I know it's another loan. We're doing a loan FC, as G said earlier today.
It's remarkable the amount of loans we've got out. It's crazy. But yeah, I mean, to have bought him in the third place when we knew that he bought him in the first place. Sorry, when we knew that he was, I think he was third choice at Dijon.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and they wasn't particularly a very good team looking at their league finish last season. So our Arsenal scouting system must have seen something that we didn't see. I just don't get it.
Yeah, no. They've all been replaced now. They've all been sacked, and we've got all new ones apparently, according to Sky. I saw that a couple of weeks ago. They've all lost their jobs.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jamie. And then I've got even Albert and Stephen.
Yeah. Cheers, mate.
Appreciate it. Sparks again. I'd love Midnight Hour. Charlie Nicholas sign again. Obviously, type. What would you say to that, Albert? Because obviously that's way before my time. Would you like to see another Charlie Nichols sort of signing?
That's the thing. I was very young, because you remember Charlie Nicholas was at Arsenal from 83 to 88. So I wouldn't have seen him. But from what I hear from, like I said, from a lot of old school Gooners who I talked to, it's just a lot of people say, he's the reason why some people started watching Arsenal home and away for many, many years. Like I said, that he was I think the best way they described him. Because he came and obviously he was on one of the YouTube channels the other day. Big up Arsenal Lounge, but he was a kind of a Jack Grealish type player, which at Arsenal we don't have, by the way. So yeah, Charlie Nicholas,
yeah. Okay. I believe this is about Runeson, who fourth at Dijon and sold the second of their fourth keepers.
Oh dear.
Okay, that's not good, is it?
We've got so many goalkeepers.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. We've got the scout who found Messi and Neymar. That's interesting. Hopefully, he can get some decent talent for us. But our problem is
Hopefully.
we're loaning people. We're not selling people. They need to be booted out the door.
You know what's mad? It's like I know obviously people go, it's only 3 games of the season, but even if you put that to one side, I look at the way West Ham play the game, and I've seen. I mean, just some of the games. Yeah, that's the way we want to be playing, or should be playing, and we're nowhere near it.
No, definitely.
And I wouldn't say David Moyes is exactly a Harlem Globetrotter coach, but he's been around a long time, David Moyes, and he's done fantastic for West Ham. But the way they play is what we want. As Arsenal fans, we probably expected to see under Mikel Arteta, and we're nowhere near that. And he played under David Moyes.
No, definitely. I completely agree with that. Ronaldo has officially been announced. He's back.
Oh, God.
Is this something that we're excited about? No, not for me.
I can see why. Yeah, I can see why I can see United fans why they're buzzing, man. 12 years after he left.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. No, but back to what you were saying. Go on.
Sorry, I was just going to jump in there. Just when you're talking about Ronaldo, and one of the questions that was put to us this morning, Scott, Albert from Scott, was, are you underwhelmed basically by the transfer business, considering the fact that Messi, Ronaldo, all these players, these big name players, are getting big moves, and we haven't gone for anybody sort of well known as such, other than Odegaard, who we knew because we had him. But we haven't really gone for big name players.
I get why some of the fan base might be underwhelmed, because I look at Arsenal signings, and I think the only one who you would say would be continuously in the starting 11 would be Ben White. I don't think Tavares and Lokonga weren't bought to come into the team at the first opportunity. They wasn't. You can see they wasn't. Erdegaard was an interesting one, because you think to yourself, well, if Arsenal really, really wanted him, I'm not saying Madrid football clubs should be easy to deal with, because they're not. But if Arsenal really, really wanted him, I don't really understand what took so long. Because if that's the guy you wanted, if you didn't want Buendia, if that's true, or you felt Villa was trying to take the mickey, then that's fine. But the Erdegaard thing, I said, if we're going to bring him in, I need to see, in my personal opinion, a Basuma coming with him. Then you can start. Arsenal fans can start getting a little bit excited in terms of actually looking at recruitment and saying, actually, you know what, we've actually identified an area. And not only that, Basuma's been playing in the Premier League, so he's not an unknown quantity. He's been excellent. It makes you love Arsenal fans are a little bit slow in terms of saying, actually, you know what? Oh, he's a good player. 2 years after he's been in the league. So it's weird. There's been a lot of reservations about Basuma, but I don't understand why. But I can see why Arsenal fans are underwhelmed when they see what other clubs have been doing. But it's not so much just about spending money. It's also about how efficient you are at doing business. And I think a prime example of that is Leicester City. Great, to me, brilliant window. Brilliant window. Some more Lookman, Daka, Vestergaard, Bertrand. They didn't exactly cost, a king's ransom to get them guys in. Obviously, Lookman's on a loan, but Stephen, I get the whole thing about profile of player and buying young, but Arsenal are playing catch up, and unfortunately, that's going to be the case for not just this season, next 4 or 5 seasons.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, listen, I know you're kind of pressed for time. You have to jump on to another show at 9 o'clock. So a couple of quick things for you. Just obviously I haven't heard all the conversation tonight, so I don't know if this has been asked before or not. And if it has, I'm sorry, I apologize.
That's
but
right.
How would you rate this window for Arsenal? If you had to give it a mark out of 10.
No, you know what? Firstly, I haven't been asked that question at all about the entire window. To To be honest with you, one, I don't think it's been that great a window for me, to be honest, and I'm measuring that more so on the players we haven't sold in terms of monetary, with the exception of Joe Willock. But Stephen, I'll probably say, to me personally, I would give it I'll probably give it a 6, and that's me being generous.
Excellent. All right.
Well,
listen,
sorry, Albert. Sorry, Stephen. One last question. This question specifically for you from Steve. Can you give us a quick answer?
You go back as I don't. Unfortunately, AFC pressure. I've actually said that in terms of Liam, if there's one Arsenal player that I would have liked to have been alive to actually see play, Liam Brady, 100%, 1,000,000%. I've heard so many good things about him in terms of sort of speaking to older gooners, and I remember seeing some old footage of him scoring an absolute belter against Tottenham at White Hart Lane, left foot, top bins. But yeah, Liam Brady's the one Arsenal player I'd love to have seen play. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, listen, Albert, thank you so much for being on and for doing the last 2 hours with Lottie. It's been absolutely fantastic.
Cool.
And you're welcome on here anytime.
Yeah, definitely.
Plug the life out of your show.
God, if I'm still awake. Yeah, no, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. Lottie, of course, love you to pieces. Of course, I'm going to come on the channel. Yeah, Albert J TV. Someone's recently subscribed, so thank you to that, whoever did it. I'll thank you another time. But yeah, is it Soiree? Yes, he did. Thank you. Yeah, Albert J TV. Arsenal topics and football-related topics in general with other football clubs and other teams. So yeah, I tried to keep it authentic and original to my channel.
Excellent. Any last words you want to say before you shut
on? I kind of mentioned it earlier in the stream, actually, to Lottie, was talking about in terms of the fan base, in terms of the younger fan base in particular, because I'd say anything from 17 to 22, mid-20s, it's not been a great time to support Arsenal. And we live in a sort of a generation of football where it's always been there anyway, but you can change club just like that. There's no allegiances there anymore. And I think I fear a little bit in terms of sort of Arsenal fans growing up that we're going to lose a generation, unfortunately. That's just going to happen. It will, because there's nothing to kind of shout about. But for those that do want to stick at it, the younger generation, there have been other times when Arsenal have not been great. Before my time, even early 80s, Terry Neal, people will tell you about that. Google it, research it, whatever. It will get better. I just can't be honest enough to say when it will get better, but just it's going to be tough, but stick through it. It's going to take a very, very long time, but yeah, just stick with it. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard.
Excellent. All right. Well, listen, we'll let you get on. Thank you again, and I say we'll get you back on the show again soon. We love having you on.
No, I appreciate it. Thanks for the invite. Lottie, speak to you soon. Stephen, much love, mate.
Speak to you soon.
Take care.
Thank you, Lottie.
Bye.
Right. Lottie, you absolutely fantastic.
Thank you.
I can see at the bottom of my screen that we have our next guest already lined up. There is just under 2 hours of the window left. And right now, it's not looking like we're going to get an awful lot more business done. I had said before we came off air earlier on that I was hopeful that we might have a wee surprise, but it's not looking likely.
2 hours. There's
still 2 hours. But listen, what I want to do is I want to introduce our next guest and get him in.
I'm very excited for this next guest. I haven't actually met him yet, so it's really quite cool. I'm really excited.
Do you know what? I haven't met him either, but I have been following his account for a while, and he does some great videos. And do you know what? You will not meet someone more level-headed who is able to explain things better than this guy. So let's bring him in. And this is Angelo, and he is the sensible gunner. How are you, Angelo?
Very well, thanks. Very well. Thanks for the introduction.
No worries.
No worries.
You're a little bit quiet. Can you turn your volume up slightly, or?
Yeah. Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems to be better.
Okay. I'll get closer to the microphone and just make sure I can be heard.
Excellent. Well, listen, before we get into the sort of the transfer window and all that's going on today. For the guys that haven't seen you before, tell us a little bit about yourself.
So I mean, I'll tell you a little bit about the Sensible Gunner, and pretty much I like to look at things from the coaching angle. I've been I'm a B license. I've got a master's degree in football coaching education, and so my in football is from the coaching side of things. I've been involved with some organizations. I kind of have a decent understanding of the way things work, but then also when it comes to things on the field, I like to look deeper. And so whenever I'm putting anything out, whenever I'm kind of thinking about anything, I try to think about as much of the picture as possible and try to get that across as well as possible, I guess. And hopefully I'm doing a good job.
No, you are absolutely. I love watching some of your shows, and I actually learned so much from watching some of your shows. It's really, really good. All right, so I mean, I know obviously there's a lot of the guys have been on this chat for a while, and this is our third show of the day, so we have talked about a lot of stuff before, but it's always good to get different takes and different people's opinions. We'll go first of all with the incomings. So obviously today. Yeah. It's not official yet. It's not confirmed. And according to the likes of Charles Watts and Chris Wheatley and reporters like that and stuff, it could go down to the wire. And I think that's more to do with Bellerin going to Betis. But we have potentially signed Takahiro Tomiyasu, the 22-year-old defender from Bologna, for around about, I think it's about 16 million. It works out plus bonuses when you convert it into British pounds. What do you know of this guy? Have you seen much of him, or?
I really haven't. I mean, I probably know about as much as anybody else, to be honest. From what I've seen, there's been some statistic stuff that's been put out there, and I've had a look at those statistics, comparisons to him and other right backs, and the statistics are all well and good. But like I say, I like to look a little bit deeper. So I like to look at the things you can't measure, things like your positioning, it's impossible to measure. And from what I've seen in video, and again, you have to take it with a pinch of salt because it's a highlight reel. So it's showing all of the good things about him. From the highlight reels that I've seen, his positioning seems to be pretty good. What I like about it, he seems to be an aggressive player, which is what we need. Not just in terms of winning the ball, but also he seems to be quite aggressive in the air, which again is something that we definitely have been lacking. I mean, I can't even think about how many goals we scored from set pieces. So having someone, especially back post, who's going to be able to kind of deal with crosses and that kind of thing is huge. He seems to be a threat going forward. I know there's been this kind of debate about whether he is a right back or if he's a centre back. I mean, he seems to be pretty much the full package in that he can play as a centre back if needed, but he can attack like a winger. He can score like a centre forward and then defend like a centre back. So, I think it's within the profile of what, the club are looking to do. Is the right age. He ticks as many boxes as possible in terms of his position and where he can play, and so I'm all for it. I think it's a great bit of business, especially at the price.
Yeah, excellent. Lottie, you've been on for a couple of hours. Do you want to have a break for a bit?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
You're good? All right.
Yeah, I managed to eat before we went live at 7, so I'm good.
No worries. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, for me, I don't know a huge deal about him. And as we talked about earlier on, it's easy to go and watch compilation videos. Someone had said about watching a few compilation videos for back to back, and it made them look really good. But as I said, you can go and watch Nicholas Bentner in compilation videos or Yaya Sanogo, and they look like world beaters,
right?
And it's hard to sort of judge, and you can't really take too much stock from YouTube videos. It's the same way, and this one it was brilliant. And I actually came across another example of this to tell you in a sec, Lottie. But I was watching a show the other day and they were talking about Sambi Lokonga, and they were saying about, why do we pay so much for him? Because he's not rated that, he's not worth that much in FIFA. So this is the other way people are getting their knowledge, is through FIFA and Player Manager and Championship Manager and all this sort of stuff. And I actually seen a tweet this afternoon saying, why are we buying Tomiyasu whenever Bellerin is, he's whatever it was, 85 or something on FIFA, and this other guy's 75 on FIFA. And you're like, why are people trying to base their knowledge on this? The only way to sort of really get a feel for a player is seeing what they can do on the pitch. And I think for me, he's not who I want. And anybody that watches this channel regularly will know, for me, I wanted Max Aarons.
Mm-hmm.
That was the right back I wanted to bring into the club. An orthodox right back, someone who specialises in that position. He is young, he's English, so he's got the homegrown thing about him. He knows the English players in the Arsenal team, the likes of the Sakas and Smith Rowe. He's played with them before at the junior levels. So that's who I wanted, but that's not who we're getting. So I'll support Tomiyasu. I have to keep looking at the board to remember how to say his name. I have a whiteboard up here that I put my information up. So if you keep seeing me look up, that's what I'm looking at. So I'll support Tomiyasu. And I hope that he does well. I just hope he's not another player that in 2 years' time we're having to terminate his contract to get rid of. But we'll not know until he's in an Arsenal shirt and he's playing regularly. We'll just not know how good he is. Different people, different reports. I've seen a few on Twitter tonight saying, we've done really well getting him. And other people, and you got likes of those idiots on Sky. I don't know if you've seen the clip.
Yeah.
Of the idiots on Sky saying, nobody wanted him. This sort of thing. And that's why I sort of jokingly came on with my yellow tie and a phone that doesn't work, so I can pretend that I'm getting text messages and calls from in the nose. It's crazy. But yeah, you know what? We'll support him if this deal goes through. We'll support him, and I, for one, I don't know about you, but I, for one, will be glad to see the back of Hector Bellerin. He's just not the player that he should have been. What's your thoughts on Bellerin going to Betis?
It's I think it's a good move for him. I like him. I like him as a person. He seems to be a good guy. The difficulty for me is kind of writing someone off after they've been through what he's been through in terms of kind of the mental health and in terms of the substance abuse, in terms of the injury. Coming with a sports psychology background, the depression element of it, when you're not able to compete, it's rough. And you've got to think, this is a person whose identity has been wrapped in an ability to play football since he was 7 years old, 6 years old, and in order to have come through the Barcelona academy, he's been one of the best. So he's always been performing at a high level. That's what he's known for. That's what his reputation is based on. That's what his life will revolve around. And all of a sudden, he can't do it. And so that's got to be rough on him. Coming back after the substance abuse and that kind of thing, I'm sure it was difficult, having lost a step, because he's definitely lost a bit of his zip, his speed, and not being as effective must affect you in terms of your confidence, just based on being competent as a player. So a fresh start. I think he needs a fresh start to go somewhere where there isn't the expectation of him, where he can basically just work his way in and go and just play football. I think that's all he wants. I think that's all we want as well, is to kind of let him move on. He had a great chapter with us. He was a fine servant for the club, but it's time to move on. So, move on. No hard feelings. Let's get the new boy in. Let's get the new boy ready and get him going,
Yeah, absolutely. So I think we'll have a wee break for a minute and see. Lottie, is there any other breaking news coming in? Any other transfer stories that we're missing out on at the minute? You're on mute.
Apologies, guys. I'm in my living room tonight, so my mum is currently on the phone. So at the moment, the only breaking news is Leicester City and Newcastle. Discussions have broken down over Hamza Chowdhury. The midfielder looks like he's staying at the King Power Stadium. Oh yeah. Steve Bruce was desperate to bring him to St James's Park, but despite Leicester offering compromises in terms of Chowdhury's wages, no agreement could be reached. And that is the absolute latest for the moment on Sky. I haven't seen anything on Twitter. It's been a little bit quiet at the minute.
No worries. Okay. Angela, what do you make of PSG seemingly turning down 200 million for Mbappe?
I mean, it's bizarre. You know, the question you have to ask yourself is, do they need the money? And with their backing, you could easily argue they don't. And then the question for me becomes, is that a good thing for football or is that a bad thing for football? You know, at the same time, your principles are your principles and you've got to stick by your guns. So if they're saying, no, we want another year out of you, if that means that you can leave on a free, then so be it. And that's their stance, then sticking to it, I kind of have to respect it. You know, I don't know that I'd be as happy if it was Arsenal not, accepting 200 million. That's for sure. Yeah, it's bizarre. All I can do is just respect it and say, fair enough. You know.
Do you think they've done it because obviously it's with having Mbappe, with having Neymar, Messi, Di Maria, all these players, you know, they will never have a better chance to win the Champions League than this year. And if Mbappe goes to Real Madrid, are they weakening themselves and strengthening Madrid in terms of the Champions League? Because really, you know, all right, Monaco won the French League a few years back. Lille won it last year. But aside from that, PSG walk it most seasons. It's not that big a competition for them. And you'd like to think with Messi there, that, you know, they're pretty much going to walk that league, especially, you know, the likes of Lille, Lyon and stuff. They're depleting their sides because they needed the money and they've had to sell their players. Whereas PSG haven't had to do that. So they should walk that league easily. So really their big target has to be the Champions League this year. And by letting Mbappe go to Madrid, they're strengthening Madrid, who would be one of their main rivals, to actually win that tournament. Do you think that's possibly the reason why they're not letting them go?
I mean, it makes sense. It makes perfect sense. I mean, I do think on the flip side, there are potential issues to deal with. You know, you've got a lot of big characters that are going to want field time and you know, playing time. And so as long as they're able to manage that, it's a great decision to keep him. And you have to say, Real Madrid aren't as strong as they have been. I don't really see them as a Champions League threat. So they become a favorite with the firepower they've got, but then also the quality they've got throughout the whole squad. I mean, you're not really going to look past many other, or past them to see many other teams. So I think it's definitely something that plays into it. You know, nobody wants to strengthen a rival. And so I think keeping him strengthens their position for sure. And it's a wealth of quality they've got. You know, someone's going to be on the bench that can come off a bench to change a game at any point, and they are all massively high quality. So I think they've got a very good chance by keeping him. They've definitely got a very good chance.
Okay,
for sure.
Lottie, you got some breaking news there?
I just Sky Sports Gary Cotterill, who's out in Strasbourg at the moment, has spoken to the Mbappe camp and this evening said it's been a really difficult day and believed right to the end the deal still could be done before 11 o'clock tonight. So his agent must still be pushing for the move. But in other good news, Arsenal ladies are winning the Champions League 3-0 with 3 minutes to go. And that was about 2 minutes ago. So
Awesome.
we should be winning.
Brilliant.
So,
there is a little bit of breaking news there. Barcelona and Atletico Madrid have agreed a deal for Antoine Griezmann, an initial loan with an obligation to buy for €40 million, 34.4 million. That's a bargain.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, that's a very good deal. All right, we'll have a look at some of these comments and then we'll continue having a chat. Where have we got to? Keith, versatile, potentially strong right centre back, decent signing on the surface. Obviously, that is Tomiyasu. Leave Lord Bentner alone. He's the best ever player in his own head, Mr. Sparks, 1886. Keith, you should see my YouTube video, best inside right in the world in 1957, hands down. Well, you see, Keith, that's why you never made a professional, because you were playing with your hands down. Georgina, love that, Stephen. I'm presuming that's about my tie on my phone. Mr. Boris, Bellerin, great bloke, sadly average player. Joseph Connor Golden, big up Stephen Lolly and the Sensible Gunner. Nice tie, Stephen. Thank you. Believe it or not, I paid 86p for this tie. The other day, I thought it would cost me a fortune, and I got it on Amazon for 86p. I'm sure other good retailers will sell it as well. Mark, at least one Arsenal team playing well tonight. Arsenal women just got 3-0 up. Paris, Little, and Medina.
Yes, my little speedster, Nikita Paris. I absolutely love her. I think she's brilliant. That's what I like to hear.
Do you know what? The good thing is, obviously, for us here in the UK, Sky are showing the Women's Super League this year. So, we have an opportunity to watch their matches. And it might be a nice, pleasant change watching a team win some games. So it's not a bad thing that we've got that deal going on. Mr. Boris, as bad as Arsenal are, at least we aren't Newcastle.
Yep.
Do you know what? At least we're not Spurs.
Yeah.
They've had a good win. As much as I hate to say it, they've had a good win, though.
They have, but they're still going to have an empty trophy cabinet at the end of the season, so it doesn't matter.
I think they've won the season already. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, right.
The question is, who's going to be Tom's backup when he gets his inevitable injury? And he's not going to be in for a little while either. Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, Cedric had an absolute mare on Saturday against City. 7 duels, didn't win a single one of them. He was really poor, and I actually thought Cedric was the best of our right backs. Callum Chambers, he's all right, but he's not a right back. And who's that leave? Maitland-Niles. I mean, you would think that Maitland-Niles staying, and with our lack of options in midfield, it is going to be utilised as a midfield option this season, and given his chance there. So yeah, it's a very good question. What do you guys think?
You go first, Angela.
Okay. I think keeping Maitland-Niles gives you the opportunity to play him in both roles. I mean, very publicly, it's been said that he has been willing to play right back. So now there's no backing out of that. If you're needed at right back, then you play at right back. If you're needed to play in midfield, then you play in midfield. I think I agree with what you were saying about the fullbacks. The right backs seem to be kind of, all of them have an element of their game where they're okay, but none of them seems to be complete. And so I think, I genuinely think if he was to get injured, I do think Maitland-Niles goes back in there. I don't think Cedric will get much of a look in from now on, especially after Saturday, because he was dire. And Chambers strikes me as more centre-back than right-back, but for me, I think he offers more than Cedric does. I think Cedric's an okay defender. He's an okay attacker. I think Chambers is a better attacker than Cedric is. And then I think defensively, they're both about as good as each other. So, I I think Maitland-Niles gets the nod above the two of them, especially because of the way the system operates, where that right back steps into midfield. He's going into an area where he's very comfortable, and so he'd be my backup. That's my personal opinion.
Okay, Lottie.
Do apologise. My mum is still on the phone. It's just kind of awkward. No. With that, I think it can't be a bad idea. I mean, in long term, as we've said, Chambers for me is just a squad player. He's not a right back, and I don't know. If I'm honest, can you come back to me on that one later? I need to think about that some more.
Yeah, no worries.
I do apologise.
That's all right. Georgina Cola's agent has said he will sign for a new club for the 1.5 million euros. I think that's per year. That's an interesting one because obviously we all kind of thought that he'd be gone by now. And he's obviously being linked with Fenerbahce out in Turkey, and their window's still open for another week. So there is still a possibility that him and El Neni's been linked with Galatasaray, but I can't see us letting El Neni go now at this point if we haven't got another centre midfielder in during this window. I mean, what's your feelings on Kalashnik, Angelo?
I mean, not much, to be honest. I think I can see him riding out the rest of the contract if Arsenal don't terminate it in the next window. Just because whatever transfer fee anybody is going to offer for him now, they could wait and get him, and he could basically have a portion of that money added to his salary. So, he's just, as far as I'm concerned, he's just basically there to ride out the contract. I don't see him leaving to go to anywhere else unless his contract's terminated. I mean, I don't see any point in having him around the squad, to be honest. Training numbers, I mean, that's pretty much it. But I would much rather get someone from the youth ranks, the under 23s, to come up and do a bit more kind of training with the first team, so they can get the experience of being around, and playing at the intensity and the technical level of that first team. So it's a strange one. It's a strange one for me. There's a part of me that just wishes that KSC would just, if you're trying to mend bridges with the fans, terminate him. Just terminate him. Pay him off his contract, out of pocket, and just let him go about his way, so he's not involved with the squad in any way. I can't see how that's a good thing in any form, that he's involved with the squad. And then they eat the cost, and it doesn't affect the budget. If you're looking to mend bridges, then make gestures. And it's frustrating for me to watch. He's going to terminate. He's not going to terminate. He's going to move. He's not going to move. Just get rid. Just get rid of him. I don't like to be. Sorry.
You go on. Continue. Sorry, I'll wait for you to finish.
I don't like to be like that about Arsenal players, but it's come to a point where you've got to draw a line in the sand, and this just needs to be dealt with.
No, completely.
That's me.
No, completely agreed. We've got Palace have just signed Osden Edward from PSG for 18.5 million.
Celtic.
Yeah, Celtic.
Osden Edward from Celtic. He's formerly at PSG.
Yeah. I do apologise. From Celtic. PSG will get the sell-on clause money. He's going to earn 70 grand a week plus add-ons. He's signed a 5-year deal with Crystal Palace. So we've definitely lost the Eddie Nketiah deal.
Yeah.
Because we couldn't agree personal terms. It's just, what do you think about that, Angelo?
I mean, I don't think the club can be helped. So the club bears some kind of responsibility in this, in that they never got him tied down to a new contract or got him a permanent move earlier. So there's definitely some fault there. But when you look at it in terms of how the club views finances, they will look at him only as an asset, not so much a liability, because they didn't pay for him. So for them to let him go for free, they don't really see that as being a loss. If anything, it's a gain, because once he's gone, they then get that money, his wage money, to add to their wage budget. So I can understand why they're kind of holding on to him, especially with what's gone on with the forwards in the team. We've had Aubameyang, we've had Lacazette, who have been out, and then that leaves us with one forward if Nketiah's not there. The argument is then, well, Martinelli can play as a 9, but can he? I mean, saying that, can Nketiah play as a 9? So I can understand them wanting to keep the numbers. And for Nketiah, you look at it from his point of view. Again, he could move for an amount of money and take a lower salary because the club's having to pay a transfer fee. So once the club's not having to pay a transfer fee, he gets a higher wage. So Arsenal have allowed it to get to a point where all of the power is in the player's hands. For him, it means another year not playing football. So, I mean, again, I don't understand it. You might as well just make your move, go and, start afresh somewhere else and get your career on track, So, yeah, it's a very strange one. Very strange.
Yeah, it's funny as you say, and obviously I tuned in when Lolly and Albert were on a wee bit earlier, and one of the things Albert was saying was you have to question the mentality of some of these players that, the likes of Nketiah, if he's not agreeing personal terms and he'd rather sit and not play football and collect a wage than go somewhere and earn a bit less but play week in, week out. And he had the opportunity to go and play with someone, like Vieira coaching him. And albeit Vieira hasn't proved yet to be a great coach in any of the clubs he's been at, but he's still a legend of the game and you could still learn an awful lot from him. And, he's definitely more of a legend of the game than Arteta is. Not that I'm,
no, for sure.
I'm not taking anything away from Arteta's ability to coach a team because, well, we know what it is. People like Pep and stuff, all saying about how good a coach he actually is. We're kind of yet to fully see it. But, you don't hear the same things being said about Vieira. But Vieira, as a footballer, was absolutely a legend, and he epitomized the spirit and the determination and the sort of player that we need at the club. So I'm not sort of advocating for the likes of Vieira to ever come and manage us. But, for Nketiah to quibble over personal terms and miss out on an opportunity and going and working with someone like that, you do have to question their mentality and their desire to really play football. So yeah, it's a strange one. And it's interesting what you're saying there about obviously the wage budget and stuff. And if anybody, if you're not familiar with Angelo's channel, go over and check it out. He did a video a wee while back, sort of breaking down and explaining budget and how it works and how the clubs amortize players and stuff like that. And you know what? It was really, really insightful. And I urge anybody, watching, go over and check that out. Obviously not right now, but do it maybe after our show tonight or tomorrow or over the next couple of nights during the international break. Go and check out Angelo's channel and have a listen into that. And we'll maybe even, maybe some other time, Angelo, will get you back on and you can go through it again with us here on this channel. Because it was, it was such an insightful piece that you did that night. I was just like, wow, that just makes it so much easier to understand, where they're coming from. So, yeah, we'll take a couple more comments here. Cedric's pass accuracy was 45% against Man City. It's shocking. Mr. Sparks 1886. That has to be the only reason to keep Ainsley Maitland-Niles, but if we're short in midfield and he's needed to have problems. But on the whole, I agree. Joseph, I wanted number 34 and Elneny out. How are they still here? And the PSG get about 2 million from that deal for Edouard. So it's not bad for them. Obviously, I mean, if you're familiar with the show, Angelo, you'll know that I no longer refer to number 34 by his proper name. I just call him number 34 because I can't be doing with him. What's your feelings on that whole situation? I mean, for me, he spent the whole summer twerking for a move to Roma, and coming out, and he was very public about it, very open. You know, all right, he didn't come out and say, yes, I want to move to Roma, but everything he was saying was basically saying that, and about how much he admired Mourinho and stuff like this. And, you know, his agents come out and said, you know, he's disappointed he didn't get to go and work with him. But now we've now given him a contract extension. Yeah. He's grabbing the badge and making comments under his extension photo saying, you know, home is where the heart is. And as I said, I should have really read Rome is where the heart is. But, you know, he then gets sent off for a ridiculous two-footed challenge on Saturday. And as I said earlier on, that to me is not the actions of someone that loves this club, because he knows he's getting sent off. We're 2-0 down. He's supposed to be a leader. And he's going in like that. And it kind of, Lottie said, you know, it was last night, it was like, he basically said, nah, can't be bothered to it anymore. What's your feelings around number 34 and the whole saga over his move to Roma?
I mean, I think it would have been better for everyone if he'd been able to kind of get the transfer through. You know, to me, he seems disillusioned. You know, and I think a lot of that has to do with the fan base. I don't necessarily think he has any kind of disdain towards the club, but I definitely think he's been treated pretty poorly. And some will say rightfully so. You know, some will say, you know, that it's not on the way, you know, some of the comments that have been sort of directed towards him. I'm of the ilk that, you know, he's a person, and so, you know, going after family members and that kind of thing is just not on. And, you know, when you're a part of a club and you've got fans who are part of the club and you love the club, when people like that, and he, in his mind, gives everything for the club, right? So when you're a part of that, and then you have people wishing, you know, ill on your children and that kind of thing, you're gonna lose a bit of shine. You're gonna lose a bit of love for the club, and so that's kind of how I see him. I just feel like whenever he's interviewed and he's asked anything about Arsenal, he loses the glint from his eye. He doesn't, you know, he doesn't seem to love it. And then the comments about kind of, you know, home being where the heart is, were a bit weird. From my point of view, you know, I prefer you just keep it straight and you just say, well, look, I've signed a deal, you know, it's for extra money. I'll give everything I can for the cause, but don't overhype things because you've just been doing it in the opposite direction, you know. So I'm not a fan of that. I do think the red card, there's no question it's a red card, and I've said this on my Twitter feed. It's it's definitely a red card when you look at how, you know, the rules written and you look at most interpretations of it. It's a red card, and I said to someone the other day, I don't know why he didn't kind of launch into the tackle behind the ball so the player touches the ball into him and then he can come out with the ball. I don't understand why he went for the ball where the player was. The decision making there is very poor. However, there seems to have been some sort of kind of mixed signals with the refereeing stance and the player understanding of how things are going to be officiated. And you've seen it in the first couple of weeks of Premier League play. Things have been happening. People are getting a nudge in the back and they're going down and they're turning around. They're going mental because they think it's a free kick. And the ref's saying, nah, get up, get on with it. And it almost seems like the players haven't been told, you know, that the bar is shifting. Now, you know, what was a foul before isn't going to be a foul now. You know, we're raising that bar. It's going to be a lot harder for you to get kind of the softer fouls. And there's been, you know, some pretty earthy challenges. Let's put it that way. So I wonder if he went into the tackle thinking, we're allowed to do this now. You know, at the same time, he should know the reputation he has in the game, and know that it's just not something you need to do. You know, Wenger's comments about staying on your feet should be ringing in his mind every single time he's thinking about going in for a ball. You know, stay on your feet, protect the spacing behind you. There's no need to dive in. Get your body into position, get yourself in there, cover the space, and use your body to force, use your body to defend. So he's not covered himself in any glory. And you know, you kind of get you get what you deserve, really. Any kind of criticism of him is thoroughly deserved at this point. Obviously, the abuse I don't agree with. And so people that are being abusive, I mean, it's just not on. It's not acceptable. You know, nobody comes to your job screaming at you about your performance in your job. So why we feel like we can go and do that to somebody else and you know, hurl abuse at them is strange to me. It's not a mindset I can understand. But yeah, he's done nothing to cover himself in glory. And I honestly think the contract extension wasn't anything about kind of wanting to keep him. I do believe he will leave the club within the next year. I think he's just being kept for cover, because I do believe moving forward, Sambi will take his place. And so I think Sambi takes his place. He'll become the cover defender, the cover midfielder. But then the signing of the contract just ensures we can get something for him later. You know, I fully believe we're going through what is an overturning, a full overhaul of the squad. I was looking earlier, and I think 10 players from when Arteta took over the squad, 10 are gone out of the 27 when he took over the squad. You know, he's definitely churning through them. He's definitely kind of getting what he can out of them and then moving them on. And I think Xhaka will be that player next year.
Yeah. You're saying obviously we're churning through them. Do you think we're churning through them at a quick enough rate?
I mean, you're always going to have problems implementing philosophy if you have too much turnover. You know, you although you've got players that maybe don't suit your philosophy, you still need to have players there that are understanding it, because when you bring new players into a squad, you want players in positions around that new position. So let's say, for example, Tomiyasu coming in, having a right centre back, a right centre midfielder, and a right forward in front of him that understand what is required of him is going to help him out. You know, if you change all of those players in one or two windows and bring in a whole fresh bunch, you've got cohesion issues with players having to kind of get to know each other on a personal level, to them going on to understanding roles, responsibilities, how each other play, etc., etc. So it has to be a gradual thing, which I think is why the board will give Arteta time, because they're going to understand that he's basically brought in 6 new players into a squad, and they're not first team by any stretch of the imagination at the moment. But you look at it in 2 years' time, I can almost pretty much, my personal opinion is that all of those players will be first team players. And so that's 6 pieces that can go into the first team. If we're able to bring in stronger players, because we get the opportunities that can go into first team, now these players become squad players, but are very strong squad players. And this is where you create a squad where you can actually compete at that top level. So I think patience is definitely the way forward.
We seem to have lost connection there.
I had them, and then there's nobody. Did you lose me?
We lost you for a moment.
We lost you. We lost you. It's all right.
So,
don't worry.
I was just saying, you know, the cohesion issues is the big deal. You know, bringing in too many players where they're not going to be able to gel quickly enough. First of all, there's the money, the amount of money spent. Do you allow a manager to spend 300 million on 11 players and then accept cohesion as an excuse as to why you're not getting performance, and so I think 6 players in are going to be first teamers within the next kind of 2 years, and I think that's probably about the right amount of business to have done for this window. If you can bring in another 2 in the next window, then we're in a good position. And then I'm fully expecting another 6 in the next summer window, personally.
Okay. Yeah, so we lost you slightly for a moment there, but it's been happening today. We've had truly international shows today. We had James on from Holland this morning, along with Scott from Australia. Then we've had England this afternoon, and this evening, and then obviously yourself you're out in America, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm Portland.
Yeah, West Coast.
Said to me the other day. But it's not an American accent you have.
No, I'm an Islington boy. I've been brought up in Islington, which is where my love for the club comes from. Working class living, Fonthill Road, so just around the corner from the old stadium, down the road from the new stadium. And I actually lived in the estate next to the new stadium, Lillingston House, Harvest Estate. So I actually watched the stadium being built from my kitchen window. So I'm Islington all the way.
Fantastic. So what took you over to America, if you don't mind me asking?
Coaching. I came out here to coach. In England, it's very much a bit of a kind of an old boys club, and who to give you the opportunities. Whereas out here, the accent takes you pretty far, to be honest. And then I had the opportunity to come here and actually just coach 100% of the time, compared to what I was doing, which was some coaching, but then doing a lot of PE teaching and that kind of thing in the UK. And so I jumped at the chance to coach only football, and that's what I've been doing ever since.
What age group are you coaching?
So at the moment, I'm working with U17. That's under 17 girls team. And then also I do something called Olympic Development Program out here. So that is all of the best players from the state try out, and you pick your team, and then you take them into national competition. And that's run in Portland. It's run by the Portland Timbers organization. So I do some work with them, and I enjoy it. I enjoy the national competitions especially. So
okay. Well, based on that, I'm going to come back to this question in a wee second. Mr. Boris asked where does Arsenal's current first choice 11 finish in the league, but I want to come back to that in a wee second. Based on your the fact that you are a coach, and I think you probably know what's coming. What do you make of Arteta and the job that he's done so far, and where do you sort of stand at the minute in terms of the whole Arteta in, Arteta out debate?
So I did a video on my channel, 7 reasons why I'm Arteta in, and I've always said I'll give him until
I think we're building up to something good here.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Can you can hear me? Okay.
I can hear you. Just frozen.
So and that was it.
So I think he's got until Christmas. For me, I'll reassess at that point, and I'm gonna hope and pray that we're not kind of way outside of where we should be by that point. But I think having brought in 6 players, especially 6 young players, is I think the team that he's put together based on profile should be pretty strong, and I'm actually quite excited by what he's doing. I think as I watch the games, I think his playing philosophy is very clear, personally, and different coaches have different philosophies in terms of kind of where they start and how they build. and I feel like he's built from the back, which is kind of the whole, or let's say he's built from the defensive side of the ball first. He's come in. The big problem we've had, and I don't think it's any secret over the last 10 or 15 years, is we just can't defend. And there are just kind of countless times where we've had opportunities to close games out and we can't. And then we've had coaches who sort of favor the attacking side of the game, but then don't really kind of focus on the defensive side of the game. Emery was a strange one for me because we went from almost overnight. We went from being a team that could possess the ball very well to a team that didn't want to possess the ball and was happy to give possession away on the hopes that the other team would come onto us and we'd counterattack them. The problem was we can't defend. So why are we giving the other team the ball to come onto us? We're going to concede goals. And so I didn't understand what he was trying to do. I could see the counterattacking, I could see the patterns of play, but then, one of the frustrations was, why aren't we dominating the ball more? And I've got that same frustration with Arteta at the moment. Why aren't we dominating the ball more? But I think he's gone in, looked to solidify the defense, which he did. And that is from a team defending perspective. A lot's been made about Aubameyang having to track all the way back to chase people, and it's a part of your job. All players play both sides of the ball. When you lose the ball, when there's a turnover in possession, you want your forward players looking to go and start to press. It's part of defending. So this season, we haven't started defensively very strong, and I think that's going to cause him a lot of problems. But I think once we've got the pieces in place, especially now that there's, what is a complete back four now, I think the defending will get better. And I'm interested to see what his next phase is. Generally, when I work, I go with let's sort the defense out. Once we're defensively solid and we know that we're not giving up goals, the next kind of element of the defensive side of the game is how you possess the ball. And then that filters into how you control the game and attack the game. And then the last thing you work on is your goal scoring. And I'm hoping that we're going to see a little bit more of the kind of free-flowing, possession-based build-up play leading into the final third. I don't know how much cleaner we'll be in the final third this season, but that's my thinking. You come into things and you build a plan, and he's probably got a 3-year plan, which he's spoken about in terms of kind of the Champions League, winning the Champions League in 3 years. He's come into it with a 3-year plan. So I'm interested in seeing what this year's kind of focus is going to be. At the moment, I can't tell. It's too early.
Okay. I mean, I think we could pretty much say we're not winning the Champions League in 3 years. I think at the minute we'll struggle to qualify for the Champions League next season. And I think that's what frustrates so many fans, is that we had it so good for so long in the terms of, I hate to use the phrase that fourth place was a trophy, but essentially for so long, we relied on that getting into Europe and getting into the Champions League, and we were the only team that had done it for so many years in a row, and it was bragging rights for us. And now all of a sudden we've had the UEFA Cup for 3 years and now nothing. And I think that's what is hurting Arsenal fans more than anything, is the fact that we just, we don't have anything like that now. And to expect us to get back into the Champions League this year, it's unrealistic. It would be nice, but I personally think we may struggle to get Europe, let alone, Champions League. I think other teams have strengthened well above us. If you look at the likes of Chelsea, coming off the back of winning the Champions League, they signed Lukaku for 100 million. And today it looks like they're going to get Saul Niguez from Atletico Madrid on loan. I mean, they already have a stacked midfield.
Yeah.
They have a midfield that we would love, and yet, they're adding to it with quality.
Sorry, Stephen. Edward Palace is confirmed.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Yes, that's kind of my concern. So yeah, we'll go back to this question then. That had come in there from where was it? Yes, Mr. Boris. Where does Arsenal's current first choice 11 finish in the league? I think the first thing to say there is I don't even think even Arteta knows what his first choice 11 is. But assuming we get nobody else in the next hour and 6 minutes of the transfer window, other than Tomiyasu, where are we going to finish this season? What would you predict?
I think when you look at the team on paper, and if you look at the team, just kind of going through it quickly, I think Ramsdale takes Leno's spot by Christmas. I think, and he's pivotal in the way Arsenal want to play. This is not a slight on Leno. I don't necessarily think Leno's a bad goalkeeper, but I feel like Ramsdale can do what Leno can do. Leno can't do what Ramsdale can do. And so, it's inevitable, I think, by Christmas, that would have changed. Then you look at Tierney, who's solid, Gabriel solid, Ben White, I guess the jury's out, but in the small amounts I've seen from him, he looks like he's going to be a really good player for us in terms of our style of play. Tomiyasu, I'm not even going to kind of talk about because I don't know anything about him. But he is going to be the first choice right back. I think, as I said, I think Sambi takes Xhaka's place by Christmas with Partey, which is solid. I really like that midfield. There's a few people that are saying that they're too similar. I fully disagree. I think if you were to ask them what they were, Sambi says he's a 6. Partey says he's an 8. So the combination between them is perfect. I think we've got the front players are full of creativity, full of endeavor. We've got goal scoring ability in the front line, and I know kind of he hasn't quite hit his mark, but I think from what I've seen in the game so far, except for the Man City and Chelsea games, the movement, Aubameyang's movement, he looks sharp. His finishing hasn't quite been there, but then the 3 goals that he got the other day show that he's not dead. There is finishing ability in him. When I look at our starting 11 and I compare that to the likes of the players above us, the teams that are above us, sorry. So Spurs, for example. Spurs for me I think we'll finish higher than them, even though they're 9 points clear of us at the moment. Because I look at them and it's Mourinho 2.0. I don't see how anything's changed. The players they've brought in, I'm not convinced by. They seem to want to be a team that can that wants to play on the counter attack, and they do it well. And they did it well for periods last season. But while they've strengthened their defense, they're going to be a bit harder to break down. The problem they're always going to have is they can't create against teams that sit in. And most of the teams they play against this season will sit in. So I don't see them. I see them tailing off pretty early. Leicester have the makings, but I feel like Rodgers is, now that he's won that FA Cup, I honestly think he's got an eye on another challenge. So and they've historically tailed off. So I can see the same thing kind of happening there. I don't think they're strengthened enough to be able to challenge that next group. And so, I don't see them pushing on or kicking on personally. And so I can see us finishing back in the UEFA, the Europa League spaces. I genuinely think, at the moment anyway, I'm going to wait. I want to watch Norwich. That's going to tell me a lot. But at the moment, looking at it on paper, I do think we can finish top 6.
Lottie, you look like you've got something exciting there to say.
No, I'm just loving hearing the fact that someone finally agrees with me that Sambi is going to replace 34. I said it as soon as I finished watching his last season's play. Cousin's an Anderlecht fan. I've watched nearly 2 seasons of the kid. I'm a massive fan, and it's just finally nice to see someone that agrees with me that Zambi is going to bench 34. Yeah. But I was also looking at Jay's comment as well. That's why I'm smiling. I'll let you have a look in a minute, Stephen. I think it's brilliant.
Oh, I can say the one about my tie.
Yeah. But no, Angela's completely right. I completely agree with him in all sense. No updates on Sky yet, though. Sorry,
I was just going to say, that's all right. Genuinely, I watched that first session of Sambi and said immediately he's going to replace Xhaka. You can just see he's got it. His understanding, his movement, the way he works with the partner, just everything about him. He's not fazed by anything. I do have questions about his not his mobility, because he gets around, but I do have questions about his top speed. He seems a bit kind of longer legged, so he looks a bit of an awkward runner slightly. But because he's got the longer legs, he eats the ground up, so he's mobile for sure. But if he has to hit top speed, there's a question that I've asked and I haven't really kind of seen an answer to. He's the way he picks the ball up. He always wants to play forward. He's so composed on the ball, and his ability to just understand what's going on around him. And the feints and the way, just pure swagger. If he hasn't taken Xhaka's place by Christmas, I'll be massively surprised.
I have to say about Sambi, he gives me kind of the Abbey vibes.
Yes.
He's a very similar sort of player to Abu Dhabi, and I just hope, touch wood, that he doesn't become like that, and he doesn't spend more time in the treatment room than on the pitch.
Sure.
But he reminds me a lot of the Abbey, and I'm really looking forward to seeing him play. All right, well, some more comments here. Quite a few coming in. Everton have signed Rondon. It's an interesting one, considering they have Calvert-Lewin and Richarlison there. Suarez, lots of options for Arteta in attack. Oba, Eddie, Balogun, Lacazette, Martinelli. Who will it be? You assume that Aubameyang's going to play up front. You assume that he is going to play up front this year. Keith, don't think Arteta will get to Christmas. Sorry, lots of strikers for Arsenal at the moment. Oh, did that one? Yeah. Mark Edward agrees a 5-year deal with Palace. Why the hell didn't we go for him? Yeah, I mean, he was one that I had said, I would have liked to see at Arsenal. But then we're linked with so many forwards, but without, with Eddie not leaving, with Laka not leaving, and they'll both only have 1 year in their deals, we needed to get them out before we could realistically bring someone else in, and we failed to do that. And that, I've said before, I put that down to Edu not doing his job. And I do see Edu going, certainly before I see Arteta going. I do genuinely think Edu will probably go in the next few weeks, because he has failed to deliver on that side of it. Yes, we've got potentially 6 players in. We've got some contracts renewed, but then that's what Richard Garlick's there for. So, Edu has failed to get rid of a lot of these players that we should have been getting rid of. Not necessarily just in terms of replacing people, but just to trim the squad. We have too many players there that shouldn't be there, and certainly too many players that we're going to end up losing next season for free. And, when you go back to that conversation that Rael Sanelli and Eddie had, that interview they did, where no player's going to get no player's going to get down to the final year of their contract. 2 years we're going to renew. So, you're right, Lolly. Look, you're going to say something.
Yeah, our surprise guest has just turned up.
Yes, I can see her there, and I'm going to bring her in 1 wee second. I'm just going to run through these comments very quickly, and then we're going to introduce her and bring her on. Keith saying we still can't defend. James Arteta has defence now, so he needs to ensure they're coached properly. Leno needs to improve. Mark, the team that played against City, Leno, Cedric, Chambers, Klasnic, Holding, 34, and Opus shouldn't even be at the club, never mind in the squad. I'm going to come back to that one, Keith, in a wee minute that you just put in, because I want to cover that. Stephen, I'm loving your tie. Jim White has nothing on you. He has a lot more money than I do. So when I can have his money, we'll be okay. Mr. Sparks, that's what I was saying. Going to say about Sambi, he has swagger and breeds confidence. And finally, Joseph, I would love Lukonga to replace number 34, but Arteta seems to stick up for number 34 all the time. All right. So we have another guest joining us now. And this is Cannon Chatter's #1 fan. And she will always forever now be known as Cannon Chatter's #1 fan. It's G. How are you, G?
Yes, she's got the t-shirt
I'm
on.
good, thank you.
Yes.
Wearing her very own Cannon Chatter t-shirt. Merchandise is available. Check the description of the video and you get the information in there. And there is a t-shirt on its way to India. To Swarit has got one. And he's one on his way out to him. So yeah, G, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I am feeling a bit disappointed at this time now, though. It's been a long day of hope. Now it's just nothing.
Disappointed because number 2's away, or because we're not getting any more in?
Because we're not getting anyone else in. That's the most disappointing thing of the day.
Yeah. Okay. I want to bring all three in this one, and I'll come to you, Lottie, last, because in case your mum's still on the phone, and if she is, Alison, get off the phone. But Keith asked a really interesting question here. Guys, would you accept 8th at best for the next 2 to 3 seasons if it meant the process delivered league success within 5 to 10 years, such as back in the Champions League? Angela, we'll come to you first on that one.
I'm going to say no. Because you want to see progress. You know, we finished 8th last season. And so from there, I want to see you at least jump 2 places. You know, I also don't see how, if you continually finish 8th and out of European positions, how you can attract the kind of player that's going to kick the group on. So, you know, you've got to be in Europe next season, because then you can attract a higher caliber of player that can go into a first team. You know, at the moment, we're looking at young players, looking at the future. What they need around them is a few kind of 26, 27-year-olds who are veterans who've played at a certain level that can come in and can help these younger players out. And if you don't get Europe this season, you're not going to get that. So that means next year you're looking at bringing another group of young players in. And then you've got now you're going to have a squad of maybe 18 very young players. You know, how does such a young squad manage to fight to get themselves up the table? So no, there has to be a year-on-year improvement.
Okay. G, before I come to you on that, I just one sort of quick question, follow up on that, Angela, if you don't mind. What is your minimum expectation for this season in terms of, you know, Arteta keeping his job? What is the minimum you think is required?
Europe, and by Europe I mean Europa League sort of minimum, and then I think there has to be a good cup run. FA Cup, I'm not really kind of fussed about the League Cup so much, but there needs to be a good cup run.
Okay. G, over to you. Would you accept 8th at best over the next 2 to 3 seasons if it meant the process delivered a league title in the next 5 to 10 years?
No, not 8th. No, I would accept maybe like a 5th or a 6th at worst. Because then you're there and thereabouts. I feel like if you're 8th consistently, or 7th or 8th, then we're just always going to keep falling further and further behind everyone above us. And sometimes there's going to be a point where it's too much of a jump to have like instant success, is what everyone is sort of saying. So at worst it would be 6th. I mean, that's not where we should be or where I want us to be anyway, but certainly not 8th. It's below anything you could imagine for our club. And yeah, in the second question, I mean, it's got to be strong runs in both cups for me. Like, I know people don't like the Carabao Cup and think it's less of a trophy, but at the end of the day, it's still a trophy. You know, the champions of this country win it consistently and are happy to do so, and class it as one of that. You know, I think De Bruyne said yesterday, like 11 trophies and counting. So they count everything they win, and that's the mentality of winners. They want everything. They don't see what's, obviously they'd rather win the Premier League and probably the FA Cup, but everything is a trophy. So you have to aim. You can't have the mentality of, oh, that one's just we'll play the kids, we'll mess about in that one. I think you've got to just start from the beginning and just go all in. So I would say like at least quarter, semi-finals in both cups, and aiming for at worst like 6th position for me.
Okay.
Can I add something? I think the cup. The cup part of it is quite interesting. The reason I'm not so fussed about the League Cup is training time. You know, having the extra midweek game, and I know it's only 5 or 6 games or so until you kind of get to a semi-final, and then you've got 2 legs or something like that. Bearing in mind we started a lot earlier in the competition than normal. Just the one kind of just going for that one game in the week takes away training time. You know, players are rested the day before, they don't train on the day, and I think having such a young new core of a squad together, I just want them to have as much training time as possible. So for me, if they go out in the next round, I don't care. I just want them on the training field, working, building that cohesion, building the understanding under the new philosophy that they're coming into, because I think the Premier League has to be the bread and butter. And I want them going into a Saturday or a Sunday having had a solid week of training and ready to know what they need to do on the field.
Okay, thank you. Lottie, same question to you then.
Do you know what? One more. It's a bit of a tricky one. I'm going to go with no as well, purely for the reasons that both of these guys have said. But I've also, in the back of my mind, have remember what the 80s were like. I mean, obviously I've only read about it because I was born in 92. But you got to, I'm going to use Chelsea as an example. You've got to go look back to then. I mean, like, I remember seeing photos of scorelines of West Ham 7, Chelsea 0, and I can't help but wonder: are we at that point in a cycle where we will get poor results before we actually improve? But then again, or is it lack of investment from the top of the ladder? I mean, we've been self-sustaining for nearly 6 years now. We can't self-sustain much longer for us to progress. We're going to need some serious investment. I know we've spent nearly 150 million this window, but personally, I don't think it's enough.
Okay, excellent. I mean, for me, I echo everything he's well said. And I've always said, you know, for me, with Arteta, he has the Christmas. I want to see progression by then. I want to see us up in and around the sort of European places by Christmas. I think the squad should be capable of that. And I think if Arteta is if he's as talented as the likes of Pep and stuff say, then we should be up there. I'm realistic to accept that, you know, top 4 is a stretch based on the squad that we have. It is absolutely a stretch. But we should definitely be competing with the likes of Spurs and even to an extent Leicester. You know, and Leicester will do well up until probably about 8 games to go. And then in true Brendan Rodgers style, they'll choke, you know, for the last 8 games, and they'll drop out of it. So, I mean, there's no reason why we shouldn't be up there. So, yeah, I mean, 8th for me is not acceptable. If we have another season of 8th, then, you know, if Arteta's not gone by the end of the season, he would definitely have to go at that point. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. A few more comments then very quickly. Suarez, hey G, good to see you here. I suppose where else would people see you, G?
No.
Yeah, all over the place at the minute.
Yeah. Keith, UOG, Mr. Sparks, we have got to go for a trophy to ensure European qualification. Scott, morning guys. Was hoping I'd wake up for more news. Morning, Scott. It seems like quite a while ago that you were on with us, and we feel like we've not been off the channel since. So, David, evening. Jay, we essentially want immediate results, which to be honest isn't realistic unless something clicks. At the minimum, we need top 6, but with the squad we have on paper, we should be aiming for top 4. Interesting. G. Gillen, bless you, Lottie. Mr. Boris,
nice
would the return of St. Tolleringham's Day be enough to save Arteta? Is finishing above Spurs enough to save Arteta?
No.
Matt, never fear, the Panda is here. Heard rumours of Ross Barkley. Yeah, I've heard rumours of him going to Burnley. Was what I had heard. Scott, tricky to compare us with Chelsea when they have a ruthless owner who demands nothing but success. Their transfer business has been terrifying. David, I don't know if I'm comfortable with us spending much more than we have over the summer. It will get us bigger mess, I think, with no guarantee of success. Matt, sitting 8th for the next 3 years is suicide for us. Jay, at Lottie, would 150 million been enough? Had we signed different caliber of player, i.e. Madison and Aouar? And question to all 4 of you, I don't see style of play in 18 months. I know, obviously, Andrew, you've got to shut off in a minute, so we'll give this question to you, because obviously you've already mentioned that you do see a style of play. And as someone who is a coach and has, you know, some of the coaching qualifications, tell us what you see in Arteta's style of play.
So if you break it down into the phases of the game, defensively, you can see that they're looking for a lot of compactness. They're looking for and that's compactness within the line, but then between the lines, which is why when we're playing against, you know, some of the teams who can move the ball better, we tend to, and this is where that comment of Aubameyang's too deep comes from. You know, the compactness between the lines is making us much harder to break down. So the defensive shape, he's tinkered with it recently. I think in the Man City game, he tried to kind of in the low block, he tried to go into having Xhaka kind of tried to cover Tierney a little bit to allow kind of Tilly to push on, and then when we lost the ball, Xhaka would try to drop into his place. It didn't quite work. The communication wasn't there. So I don't imagine we'll see that kind of thing again. Probably until Man City again when we play them next time. But I do think defensively, compactness, shape has been pretty good towards the tail end of last season. In the transition sort of phase, so when we win the ball, I don't think there is too much, or there hasn't been an ability to kind of play forward quickly enough, which is where I think players like White coming in will help. I think also Ramsdale and his ability to kick longer with better accuracy will help with that.
Oh, we lost him.
I think he's gone.
And with the ball, it's all about creating overloads for him. So we'll look at it as the ball's on this side of the field too long. The ball's on this side of the field too long. But what he's trying to do is draw the opponent in so that we can then hit through the midfield into another player who can go wide and create a 2v1 on the other side of the pitch. And most of the time, that is going to be the left-hand side because the right fullback doesn't go past the right forward often enough. But that's the distinct pattern. And you can see that in how often there's a diagonal ball played out to Tierney. I mean, Sambi loves it, and you go for it. More power to you. As soon as you get that ball, I'm happy for you to ping it out there. And so that's the distinct kind of pattern of those are the patterns of play in possession. When we lose the ball, they retreat very quickly. There isn't always a high press, and I'm okay with that because you need to have some security behind a high press. And if there isn't the security behind it, then you get picked off, especially against some of the teams that can move the ball better. So what tends to happen is we kind of drop off into a mid block, get everything set. Once everything's set, someone calls for you to go for the forwards to start pressing, and then we go and we look to see if we can force the ball back into the keeper and then push up. The real big problem we've had recently is we can't high press with slow centre backs. And so against City, for example, there were times where the keeper had the ball at his feet for 10 seconds and nobody pressed him. And the problem was whenever anybody did, they got played around, and now they're at our midfield and breaking that line because the defense has dropped off so much because they're worried about the ball in behind. And, if anyone can hit that ball in behind, it's Edison, right? So once we've got our first choice centre backs in, we're going to be able to press much better because the back line is going to be able to work backwards if the ball goes behind them. And so that's what I see. My wish is for him to start to play rather than the 2-3-5 in the opposition half. I want him to go box 6, so that's 2-2-6. I think Sambi being able to eat ground up a little bit with Partey there, and then having the two solid centre backs who've got a bit of speed and physicality about them as well to make a box on their kind of forward players will allow us to get right back going forward. Then you've got ammunition coming from both sides, 6 players in the final third. That's what I'm hoping he's going to trend towards. I've seen it in flashes, but I haven't seen it enough just yet. And I think that's a personnel issue. You're on mute.
Sorry. Apologies. I don't know how I ended up on mute. Thank you for that. I've one last question before I let you go. And I've been asking this to everybody today. If you had to give the transfer window for Arsenal a score out of 10, what would you give it?
I would say, it's unfortunately a complicated answer. I would say the transfer window has given us an insight into his plans for the future. And based on that plan, I think it's been a really good window. I think I'd give it probably a 7 to an 8. In terms of the removal of players, it's been poor to say the least. And so for that, I'm probably looking at probably a 2 or a 3. So if I had to give an average, I'd say it's about a 5. But I would say I'm more excited about the direction that he's shown in terms of planning for the future. And with that being the philosophy, I'm really happy with the business he's done.
Okay, thank you for that.
No problem.
One actual last question, and this genuinely is the last one for you. And it's a one-word answer, or
Okay.
2 words if you need. If we could have signed anybody today that we've been linked with, and that you maybe wanted to be part of the club, and that we haven't, who would it have been? Who do you think we'll regret missing out on?
That is a really difficult question.
You don't think you're going to come on this show and get it easy, like?
I'm trying to think. We've been linked with a lot. I don't know. I'm going to answer it slightly different if I may.
Yeah.
I don't know that we were linked with him, but the person I've advocated for most throughout the window was Ivan Toney. I think he's ready-made to fit into Arsenal's system. He, for me, is a combination of Lacazette and Aubameyang. He's mobile. His movement is exceptional. He can score with his head and both of his feet. He's a fox in the box type of player, but can bang them from outside the box. Hold up play is phenomenal. His ability to flick on and his ability to win the ball in the air just allows you to keep the ball up front. And so if I could have bought anyone, it'd have been Ivan Toney.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Listen, Angelo, it's been an absolute pleasure having you on the show tonight.
Thanks for having me.
And definitely have to get you back on again soon. I could listen to you and have a conversation with you for hours. It's been fantastic. For the guys in the chat who don't know you, give yourself a bit of a plug. Where can they find you? Where can they follow your work?
So I'm on Twitter, the Sensible Gunner, and on YouTube. My channel on YouTube is also the Sensible Gunner. Just trying to keep things sensible, hence the name. Trying to look at things from a much kind of more rounded perspective. There's no knee jerking, no kind of. I try to remove the emotion from it. Critical, but not negative. Come check me out. As you say, I'd love to talk about Arsenal and football as all day long if I could. And so come engage, get involved. If you're going to abuse me, you're going to get blocked. Other than that, I'll take it and I'll have a conversation.
Brilliant. Yeah, guys, make sure if you haven't already, get over and subscribe to Angelo's channel and make sure you follow him on Twitter. Angelo, as I say, it's been absolutely fantastic having you on, and definitely we'll have to get you back on again soon, and have another chat when we get you back on around a match day, and do one of our preview or review shows with us. Sure. It's been brilliant. You any last words before you shut on?
No, just thanks for having me. It's been a pleasure and a privilege, I have to say.
Brilliant. All right. Well, listen, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day, whatever it is you're doing.
Right. Yeah.
And we'll talk again soon.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, bye.
Bye. Stephen, before we move on to anything else, more breaking news. Serge Aurier is in talks with Spurs about a mutual contract termination.
Wow.
Yep. He's another right back we could have had for free.
Interesting. Would you have wanted him for free?
Do you know what? To upset them? Probably, yes. And the other breaking news is that Tomiyasu is flying over to London as we speak to complete his transfer ahead of his international duties with Japan for Qatar 2022.
Really? Because I thought he was on international duty and wouldn't be coming over till the 8th. That's what I read earlier.
Yeah, no. Sky. Oh, no. Okay, no, he won't be flying. Yeah, sorry, you're right. I do apologise. Didn't read that properly. Yeah.
He's going straight to international, isn't he?
Yeah. He is.
Gee, we haven't really had much of a chance to talk tonight. Do you know what? Angelo was brilliant. Really loved hearing his insight and what he had to say there. But how's your deadline day been?
I think there's been many emotions today, actually. We woke up with the feeling of, are we going to do anything? Probably disappointment from hearing nothing yesterday. And then I, obviously knowing what was happening with Maitland-Niles and stuff, we went into the morning thinking, hearing that Bellerin was going first, and then he was going to be dropped. Maitland-Niles was going to be dropped from training. So then I think I put out a tweet just after 10 saying, like, surely we have to go for someone. And then I checked earlier, it was like 10 minutes later, out came the news. I can't say his name, so I'm not going to try right now because it's gone out of my head. But it came out, didn't it? And then it pretty much just happened within an hour. It was an interest to, he's going to have a medical today and join for 4 years. So that was exciting in a way. I don't know anything about the guy. I won't pretend I do. So I didn't really know any. When his name popped up, I was like, I don't know. I don't know how to feel. But then looking at it, we obviously knew the situation with Bellerin. You know, they're going to have known that for a few days. So actually acting on it and getting someone in quickly was really good of us to do, and not leave it till like that very last minute this evening, or not do anything at all. Obviously not knowing what was going to happen with Maitland-Niles. I thought we could have gone for a bit more of an experience for now, but you know, it is what it is. And I look forward to seeing him join up. But then once that was sort of done, just after lunch, I kept looking at the clock and I was like, it's getting too, I know it's 11 o'clock, the deadline, but if you don't hear anything by like 2, 3, I'm pretty sure nothing's going to happen. And that's the way it's gone. So it ends a little bit more disappointing for sure.
Yeah, I mean, half an hour to go, and I'm still holding out hope that I'm going to look at one of these screens. I have that TV station's news channel on the TV over here. I have their website up here, and also the BBC website up here on the screen. And I'm kind of hoping I'm going to look at one of them, and it's going to say late breaking news. You know, Arsenal have done a deal for a war, but it's not happening. If you don't mind, I'm going to remove this tie. Because I have that many lights in here and it's roasting, and I haven't worn a tie in like 2 years because of COVID. So it was fun. We'll keep that for the next deadline day. Yeah. And who knows, maybe I'll go one stage further and wear a shirt the next time. But let's just pop that out of the way for now. Lottie, any breaking news that we've missed out
on? Not at the minute. I just keep refreshing the page. I've just gone through Fabrizio's page, and I've gone through David Ornstein. Nothing from Chris Wheatley either.
All right, a couple of comments then.
Mentioned.
Ross Vernon, that looks like a newish name to the show. If it is, make sure and hit the subscribe button, and if you haven't done already, make sure and hit that like button. Want to get the likes up? We're on 20 now. I'd love to get that up to 25 likes by the end of the show. So if you haven't already done it, make sure and hit the like button. Looks as though Bellerin has left with confirmation expected very soon. Yeah, Betis are teasing that. They have put something on their Twitter page. It looks very much, I think it's like a cartoon superhero. It's Wolverine stroking a picture of Bellerin lying on bed. I'm kind of worried about that, to be honest.
What? Isn't that Wolverine? Like the old classic X-Men. It looks like Wolverine sitting on sitting on the bed with a picture of him in his hand. It's a bit creepy, actually.
Yeah.
What on earth?
There we go.
It doesn't help. It doesn't help that the picture they've used of Bellerin, he's looking like a porn star. With the mustache and stuff.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
It's a bit awful, but I think they're still waiting for La Liga to approve his wages. I think that's what the issue is. So.
Mr. Boris asked the question, what do you guys think of Reece Nelson? Does he have an Arsenal future? So obviously the news today then, that he's gone to Fanoid for a season loan, and he had 1 year left in his deal, so he signed a contract extension for a further year. I mean, I've said before, and I'll throw this in very quickly. For me, he is that player that Lottie and Keith sort of joked about during the summer when they were referring to Sterling, Mr. No-End product. To me, that's what Reece Nelson is. He's very good at running with the ball and stuff. He's very good at the step overs and things, but he lacks end product. And for me, he's not at the level that Arsenal need. I understand why they've given them the contract extension. If they're going to send them out on loan, they would have lost them for free next year. So at least the potential, if he has a good season, we might get something for him. Sorry, Lottie, you want to say something?
Arsenal have confirmed Bellerin has joined Royal Betis on loan until the end of the season.
I'm going to need a new phone case now. I need suggestions for a new phone case ASAP.
Just get a McFly one.
Okay.
Got a poster off the wall.
Yeah.
Oh, that side, yeah.
Yeah, put it on your phone.
Sorry.
I can get you a Canon Chatter phone case.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I'll have one of them, happily.
Coming soon. So yeah, G, what's your thoughts on Reece Nelson? Do you think he's going to go out on loan this summer and smash it up in the whatever it is, Evian Water League? I can't pronounce it. So, do you think he's going to go there, tear it up, and come back and be a future star for Arsenal, or do you think it's a case of he goes there and we just sell him next summer?
I would prefer we just let him do his thing this year and get the offers next year. Honestly, I mean, we've been down this route before, haven't we? A few years ago, where he went out, he had potential, but went out, which was good for him at the time. Came back with quite a lot of excitement because he actually did quite well over in Germany, but never really. When he did get a few chances as well, and never really sort of did anything in the team. And obviously since then, changing managers and stuff, he just, whatever happened last year, if it fell through or if he didn't want to actually go on loan, we don't know. But it's just, I think it's just one of those things. Just get it. Yeah, we've done an extension for another year, which is great. So then let him just play his game stress-free next year and then just look for options. I think like everyone says, we get so sentimental sometimes and think just because they scored a few goals abroad that they're going to come back and do it for us. And it's not the same. And as much as you would like him, he has good potential, but I think it's just time to just sort of get what you can for him. And it's a shame you couldn't actually keep him in the Premier League with like a Palace or someone like that, really. But maybe that's the aim for next year. So I would rather just let him do his thing and then move on when the offer comes next year.
Okay. Lottie, do you want to have any say on Reece Nelson? Are you happy enough sitting there reading the socials? And
No, the thing is with Reece Nelson, as I said earlier, I said this morning, I want him to have a good season over there. But as James said, the team that he's gone to, they're rebuilding. So how much team time will he get?
Yeah,
and that's the main question at the moment. So
okay, couple of comments then. Sorry. Okay, a couple of the comments then coming in on Matt saying no. Arsenal tweeted Bellerin too. Okay, Matt, as long as they send the notification of intent by 11 p.m, they get 2 to 3 a.m. to go finalise it to Sol to Chelsea. Yeah. Thoughts on Sol to Chelsea? G?
A good deal, but they don't even need the guy. It's like, how is he going to... Obviously, he's going to fit in somehow, but they don't really need him at all. And they're still going out on deadline day to get the guy they want, which is ambitious. And you just wish that we could also do the same. But yeah, he just adds another bit of quality to their already incredible team, to be fair. So I'm not looking forward to playing them again.
Yeah. Matt Bellis has now confirmed that Mr. Sparks, Reece Nelson, very much like a Wobie for me. Listen, if we could get 35-40 million from Everton for him, I'd be happy enough. Nelson is a Walcott. I think that's a bit harsh. Matt, Walcott got over 100 goals for us. I can't see Nelson getting over 100 goals. Can't see Nelson getting over 10 goals, to be honest. I'd take a Walcott, but Nelson isn't that, I'm afraid, Matt. Yeah, there we go. Mr. Sparks agreeing with me. But you know what? At the end of the day, Matt, you're absolutely entitled to your opinion, and that's that's what we love on this channel. Everybody sharing their opinions, and nobody's wrong. It's all just opinion. NDB30TV, I would rather Willock than Nelson. Yeah. And it goes back to what I've said before about us using Hale properly. And we've done that with Willock. We've sold him because he wasn't quite at the level we needed him to be. Reece Nelson's another one. He's come through Hale, but he's not quite at the level we need him to be. So let's make some money from him and use that to invest in the first team. Joseph, I was surprised Elneny and Ainsley are staying, as it was rumoured they were going to be sold earlier in the day. Yeah, there is still the possibility that Elneny goes, as it's Turkish teams looking at him and they have another week left. So hopefully, it's one of them ones of, I want them to go, but at the same time, given the fact that we haven't brought anybody in, I don't want them to go. Because we still need a midfielder and we still need someone with experience to sit on the bench. And for all the knocking we do of players like Elneny, he sometimes has good games. He can come in and he can do a job, and he can do it well at times. It's when you ask him to play continually, if he's coming in for sort of a 10-minute spell off the bench just to shore things up a wee bit, he usually does a fairly good job. It's when you're bringing him in, like Man City, we brought him on at half time and expected him to do something to try and change the game. He did nothing. We robbed Everton for a wobby. We absolutely did. Wiped their eye. And Willock going was a mistake. What's your thoughts on that, Jay? I mean, do you think Willock going was a mistake?
No, I don't actually. I think you sometimes just have to take a risk, and if they turn out to be a pretty good player, that happens to everyone. You can't keep everyone on the hope that they might be a good player. I mean, I don't think he's really going to return what he did for them when he was first there. I think that was just a one-off thing. And yeah, it probably is really his, without being rude, it is probably a level that he'll do better at. They don't have those extra midweek games and traveling and stuff. He can just focus on the league. And yeah, I mean, we have, especially getting 25 million for him. I mean, it basically funded Martin Odegaard, didn't it? So at some stage you have to just take the loss and get rid of some of these. So I think it was the best option.
Okay. For anybody watching and wondering where RG is tonight, he did text me earlier on. He got held up. He is in the process of moving house from London down to Ramsgate, and he was down there today picking up the keys, and he got held up in Ramsgate and didn't get away in time. So wasn't sure if he was going to make it back. Fortunately, the other G is here rocking the Cannon Chatter merchandise and looking very much part of the team. It suits you. It really does.
It's such a nice fit.
Jay, I agree on the Elneny comment. Last season away at Old Trafford, 1991 minute, he was still sprinting after the ball, trying to win it. He just needs to look forward more than just his left and right. Yeah, absolutely. So, Jay, I mean, what's your thoughts on Arsenal's transfer window? I mean, are you happy with the business that we've done, or do you think we should have done more?
I'm almost like halfway, just a little bit more happier than none. When you look at it from the very beginning, I think people are forgetting we've also tied down Tierney, Balogun and Smith Rowe within this transfer window to obviously longer contracts. So that's good business. We needed a backup left back. We've said that for a whole year and we've got it. So we can't be disappointed that we've actually gone and done it just because we didn't know who he was. Obviously, maybe the fees sometimes weren't the best, and I think we overpaid definitely for Ben White. But I mean, everyone has that one fee where it's a bit too much than what it normally would be, and yeah, we didn't. I guess we didn't pull in. You could maybe argue with Odegaard. He's a big name. Maybe not lived up to his potential so far, but I just think sometimes we all want this superstar, and our condition of the club, you just realistically it's not going to happen right now. So yeah, I'm just a bit more happier than not overall, but we certainly could have spent a bit more wisely, I think.
Okay. Lolly, you look like something's really grabbed your attention there on the screen in front of you.
Yeah, no, hang on. Let me just go back to David Ornstein's page. It's something that just cheered me up regarding Adama Traore. Wolves have rejected a 30 million bid from Spurs on Monday. They didn't return with an improved bid. Wolves wanted 50 million to consider even selling him, as the 25-year-old's contract expires in 2023, and there's been no offers for a new deal for him. So see what happens. That just kind of cheered me up this evening. The fact that it got rejected again.
Yeah.
Okay. Everything seems fairly quiet tonight. You know, it's kind of been a bit of a disappointment. Certainly for us in terms of deadline day. Yes, we've got one coming in. There was the big news of Griezmann. Looks like he's going to go back to Atletico Madrid. Obviously, Ronaldo has signed officially for United, but then that was done a few days ago. We knew that. You know, number 2's gone, thankfully. Mbappe stays at PSG. Saul going to Chelsea, but it's not confirmed. You've got Spurs sign Emerson Royal. And that kind of is it. You know, other than that, there hasn't been any real big deals today. It's quite surprising because it has, you know, we were talking about this earlier on, there's been 100 million, or no, sorry, not 100 million, it's been just under $1 billion spent by Premier League clubs this summer. You know, so to have such little done on transfer deadline day, it's quite shocking. So guys, I mean, we have a bit more time to fill, so drop your questions for myself, for G, for Lottie. Drop your questions into the chat box now, and we'll come back to them. But G, I asked this of Scott this morning. I asked, we've had that many people on today, fantastic guests. We've been so fortunate. Who do you think, in terms of the Premier League clubs, who do you think has done the best business this window?
I'm going to go with Chelsea, to be honest. Like, yes, currently they've only got one in, but it's the one thing they were lacking last year that would have pushed them further. I know they obviously won the Champions League, but having Lukaku last year would have put them right up there. And I think this year they're going to be ridiculously hard to beat. And again, they've got rid of some people we don't really hear of at all for a good fee. They've got rid of Zuma for 30 million to West Ham. So I just think their business consistently is really good. And if they're going to add this sell player, and that is only going to strengthen them further, and they're pretty much the whole package, and it's up to them to then show it on the pitch, really. But you could argue maybe Man United, they've got big names, someone they wanted for a whole year as well. But overall, I think it's actually Chelsea.
Okay. Are you surprised with just how many big names have moved club? You know, you think Messi's gone, Ronaldo's gone, Varane's left Real Madrid, Sergio Ramos has left Real Madrid. Griezmann looks like he's going back to Atletico. You know, so many big name players that have switched clubs. Are you surprised by that this summer?
Yeah, because at the start, I think everyone was saying how much COVID will affect their business this year. But yeah, I know obviously PSG have got something like 5 or 6 players in for free, which is ridiculous, the caliber of player they've got. But I think everyone in football, you have to keep strengthening to keep up with those around you. So you're never not going to not spend any sort of money, are you? So especially the likes of like Ramos leaving Real Madrid to PSG. And then the big one for me, the biggest one, is Messi leaving Barcelona. If you had said to me at the end of the season that was going to happen, I'd never have believed anyone that said that. So I think there has been some real mad transfers. You kind of think, like, is this actually happening? Like, has it actually happened? Because those are the types of transfers you don't hear. And I wouldn't have thought that Ronaldo would go back to Man United either. But then Messi's had his thunder, and I guess he just wanted some for himself.
Yeah, absolutely. Lottie, do you want to come off mute and share some breaking news?
Yep. Arsenal have announced Tommy Asu. I've just watched their 30-second clip. It's not bad for a quick put together from the media team, to be fair, but he's with us now, even though he hasn't actually signed the paperwork. But we've announced him.
There we go.
Which is unusual. I'm not going to ask you because obviously, G, you've already stated, he's not a player you know an awful lot about. More breaking news. Serge Aurier has agreed to terminate his Tottenham contract by mutual consent. He leaves on a free. Wow. There you go. They needed to get players out.
We could have had him for free.
He's a free agent now, though,
I know.
so it doesn't have to be in 10 minutes.
Yeah, you can go and re-sign for PSG with all their other freebies.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You'll go somewhere like that.
When you look at PSG, I mean, you're saying there about the amount of players they got free. Donnarumma, they got free. Sergio Ramos, they got free. Lionel Messi, they got free.
Wijnaldum,
yeah, from Liverpool, they got free. And they brought in Hakimi for 60 million. So when you consider those 5 or 6 players, basically they signed this summer and spent 60 million, and you look at the quality of those players.
Yeah.
Do you think? There's a quote from Wenger. Wenger said a number of years ago that he foreseen a day where basically transfer fees would be scrapped and everybody would just move around for free. Essentially, I mean, I don't think that realistically is going to happen. Do you think we're going to ever see the likes of this again, where some of the greatest players currently playing the game all move in the one summer?
No. I think that there has potential next year, maybe for Mbappe and Haaland to go, and arguably they're 2 of the biggest youngsters in the world right now. But I don't think it would ever be this mad. There's just been so much. But going back to what you say about the free transfer thing, it is turning into a bit of a thing, isn't it? Like, even the fact that PSG wouldn't sell Mbappe for over 200 million today. They're literally going to let him go to the same club for free. And you think, wow, that's bonkers. And that's also when they probably got a bit too much more money than they need to have, that they don't even actually need to have 200 million coming in for their star guy. But I think a couple of weeks ago there was someone put together a starting 11 of who went for free, and it was ridiculous. Like, you wouldn't imagine some of those players going for free. So it's turning into a thing. I think it's easier for people to just say, I'll just ride out my contract and then I'll go. I think there's a lot of player power that's coming into things, and agents these days.
Okay. You okay, Lolly? Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I'm just. I just found it like an interesting comment for. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we do. You just look completely lost at the moment.
Blink.
Okay, Stephen, you've frozen on my screen.
I'm not frozen on my screen.
Hello.
We're good.
Oh, the wonders of modern technology, right, Lottie? Talk.
Everybody's freezing. No. Yeah, no, because I can hear you. You've frozen on the screen. Georgina's appeared, and I'm like, what's going on? Oh, you've frozen on my screen. Frozen on my screen, sorry.
All right,
yeah,
we
as I
haven't
was just
frozen.
reading the comments on where he could possibly, Sergio Aurier could go. I'm interested, real bit. Sergio Aurier. Can you not hear me?
that just went together. I heard
Wow.
Curtis and someone else.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm sure Lottie will come back on in a wee second. Yeah. Okay. Where have we got? We'll read a few of these comments then. Where have we got to? So, Jay, Arsenal officially confirmed Tomiyasu. Mr. Barr's clubs have got more sensible about doing their business early.
Yeah.
David, do you worry any of the new signings will flop? And if so, who?
It's hard to tell, isn't it? You never know until they're actually playing for us. Most of them, well, a couple of them are in a brand new country, new language, new type of football. So it's hard to tell. I don't necessarily think anyone will turn out to be like a Willian transfer. And I think what we've seen so far of the likes of Sambi and Tavares, they've been quite promising. So I think we might be okay this time.
Okay. Mr. Boris, who's going down this season along with Norwich? Keeping my fingers crossed for Burnley at last.
Yeah, that would be nice.
I'm trying to remember who I'd said, because we did do this. Obviously, we did like a preview show. I think I had said Norwich, Wolves, possibly Watford. I can't remember. It was Norwich and Wolves were two of them. I can't remember whether I'd said Burnley or Watford. I think it was possibly Watford that I had felt would go down. So it'll be interesting. It's going to be a long season.
Yeah.
And hopefully we can keep the majority of the first team fit. And that if we can do that, we should be okay. We should. I certainly don't think we're relegation candidates. Albeit we're 3 games into the season, no points, no goals and stuff. But we're not going to get relegated. And if anybody thinks we are, they're just they're delusional. So I can take a bit of banter. You're back again.
Yep, I just had to. My internet gave up on me, so I am literally tethering off my iPhone at the moment. I'm glad I've got the data, so I'm back.
NDB30TV, Man United has done the best deals in the Prem. How the hell did they get 25 million for Daniel James? Yeah, I said the same thing earlier on when that was kind of announced that, how did we get 25 million for Willock and they're getting 25 million for Daniel James? Because for me, Willock is a much better player. But I think that goes down to the negotiating skills of Edu. And we'll come on to that in a few minutes. We'll have a wee bit more chat about the Cronkies and about Edu and stuff. Matt, has to be Chelsea. Lukaku coming in, that's massive. Mr. Sparks, those PSG players will cost a bomb on wages, though. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got to, if you look past the fact they got them on freeze, they will be on astronomical wages. And PSG were probably one of the only clubs that could afford to pay them those wages. So, it's all in that, we could sit here and say, wouldn't it be great to get Messi? But realistically, are we really going to want to pay Messi £1 million a week? No, we're not. And it's the same reason why really City wouldn't have gone for him. They're not stupid enough to pay him £1 million a week. And whether Messi could cut it in the Premier League or not is another question. I still don't know if he could do it week in, week out here. That sort of old, let's say, end of a rainy night in Stoke, a rainy Wednesday night in Stoke, could he cut it? And I'm not sure he could. Well, what about you guys? Do you think that Messi could have done it here if he'd have come?
I would have liked to have seen him try, for sure. But then I also wouldn't want him to be playing against us. I don't know. It just depends on being able to handle the physicality, isn't it? And I guess we'll probably never know now.
Yeah. Lottie?
Do you know what? I don't think he'd play as well as he would due to how cold it is here. He's always played in warm countries. I mean, France is not particularly warm, but I don't think he'd hack it a cold night in Stoke.
When it's snowing.
Yeah, exactly. Does nobody remember the 2-1 at the Emirates on that lovely rainy night? I mean, where was he? I was there. It was just the best feeling in the world. best feeling. It's one game I'll never forget. I mean, if you look at the team they had at the time as well, it's just incredible. And our team we had out was like, it's mind blowing. I'm gonna go with no. He won't hack the cold weather, won't hack the snow, won't hack the rain. The summers won't be warm enough for him either. And even if it is, it's too hot. So.
Okay. Mr. Sparks, PSGs haven't finished paying for Mbappe either, though. So mad that they didn't take the money. Yeah, but at the same time, the PSG don't need the money. I think that's the thing. Would you really want Aurier? No.
No, not really. It's just to annoy that lot up the road, probably. Yes, that's about it. he's not as careless as Xhaka, though. I don't think.
Mr. Sparks.
Sorry for swearing.
You were on the channel the other night. I was not here, and I know G managed to. Lottie, can you remember how to pronounce the name?
Takudswa.
Takudswa.
I think that's right. I apologise if it's wrong.
Yeah, and I apologise if I've messed that up. Sorry, I'm late. What did I miss? You missed an entire day's worth of shows. We have been on from 12 until 2, from 4 until almost 6, and Lottie has been on from 7 o'clock tonight, putting in the hours, earning her wages. Not that we pay her any, but you know.
Yeah, Stephen, you need to pay me more, I think.
Your packet of Monster Munches in the post.
This flavour, please. And I'm also going to give last calls for Roma. It's 11 o'clock. I will give you my Monster Munch and my Curly Whirly if you take 34 off us. I'm paying you. You don't have to give it to me. I'll pay you.
Folks, the transfer window is now closed. It is 11 o'clock. That is it.
That's it.
So we'll come back to it in a wee second. But yeah, that's it. No more deals. So yes, we've missed your comments, because I did see, I was watching that show the other night and you were firing in the comments, and it was great to see. We love seeing all our regulars, but we love seeing you people come along and get involved as well. NW30 RA is another Xhaka per temperament. Case said Brighton to go down.
I hope not.
Why are we interested in a war anymore? It's a strange one, that why we didn't go for him, because we really needed someone like a war. So I'm really baffled as to what happened there. Did we drop the ball on that one? Were we ever seriously interested? It's one of them things I guess we'll never know. But for me, I'm gutted that we didn't sign him. And I had said that, I was holding off getting the third kit until, a war signed and I could get a war 8. And then obviously Odegaard took 8, so it was going to be a war 11. And now, based on this transfer window, and we'll come on to it in a minute, I'm just going to leave the third kit in the shop, and I'm going to go and get Ajax's third kit with the Bob Marley edition. So,
Nice.
Yeah. Mr. Sparks, Norwich, Watford, and Southampton going down. Matt Halland to Man City next year. It's a frightening thought that could happen, but yeah, seeing they didn't get Kane this summer, and I don't think they'll go back in for him next year. I think at 29, Daniel Levy will still be expecting over 100 million for him. I just can't see it. I think Kane's done. His career's over. He's got to get used and accept the fact that he's going to finish his career with no trophies. And I'm quite happy about that. For 25 million for a war, yeah, it would have absolutely been a steal. Okay, totally agree with Matt. What are we agreeing on there? Haaland to Man City next year. Mr. Boris, Messi was in Koscielny's pocket all night that game. Obviously referring to the 2-1.
Yeah. Yep.
Joseph, deadline day is always long, Stephen. It is, but I love it, and I'm glad we did this today. It's been fun.
Stephen, I'm just going to interrupt you for a second. Rondon has completed his move to Everton.
On a free transfer.
Yep.
That's
On a
good
free
because that means we can
transfer.
obviously bring Calvert-Lewin in January.
Yeah, that would be good.
They'll
Thing
not
is,
need a
we've got
million
another
more.
hour. Clubs have still got an hour to submit paperwork, so we'll see what happens.
Are those idiots over on that channel, that news channel, are they saying that any deal sheets are in?
Remember, clubs still have 1 hour in order to submit their paperwork, so a few deals are likely to be announced shortly.
Okay. Swart, our new Japanese signing will wear number 18,
Wow.
which has been Arsenal's
Nice.
best wearing that number. For me, it's
Yeah.
Nacho Monreal.
I
Yeah.
loved him.
I did as well.
He was such a cool guy.
I know. Do you know what? I'm quite pleased with Suarez. It's nearly 4 a.m. in India, I think. Well done for staying with us all
Yeah.
day. I'm glad you've enjoyed it. I've seen your tweets. Thank you for staying with us, Suarez. Honestly,
Fair play.
nearly. I think it's 3:30, 4 in the morning over there. Might be wrong, but
Absolutely, that is dedication. Dedication.
Yeah.
Thank you so
been
much.
all 3 shows today. It's been brilliant.
To be fair, G, I think you've been in all 3 shows as well. Maybe
Yeah.
haven't watched them all, but you've definitely been there.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
Georgina's been with me all day.
And
You
there-
kept
there's
me
other
going
guys
through
in there.
work.
David's been there. Mr. Sparks, Keith has
Yeah.
been there. Both Keiths have been there.
Yeah,
Matt, I think, has been there in all 3.
yeah. David's been in and out as well.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic the support you guys have given us today. It really
And
has. And hopefully,
also Boris has been with us all day. It's first time he's been tuned in, and he's stayed with us all day.
brilliant. And hopefully he's hit that subscribe button.
Yep. I hope so as well.
Yeah, Swear saying 3:34 a.m. Wow. Dedication. Thank you so much. You know, we love the fact that, you know, hopefully we've provided some entertainment for you guys. And we love the fact that you've been here and supported us. It means the world to us. And I'm just sad that, you know, G hasn't been a part of it as much as he would have liked to have been. I know he was looking forward to taking part, but it is what it is. We've had some fantastic guests on today as well, and thank you to every single one of them. Let's see where we got to. Who do you think has been the best signing at all of the teams? Wow, that's a massive question. Lottie, go ahead.
Do you know what? I'm going to go for a really odd one, but I'm going to go with Emi Buendia to Aston Villa. And also probably Rodrigo de Paul to Atletico from Udinese. I've watched those players intensely over the last 2 seasons, and I just think they're brilliant buys, brilliant players. So it's going to be interesting to see what their next moves are. Shame they didn't come to us, though. I will say that.
Okay. G?
I'm going to go with Lukaku. He's in such an incredible form in Italy, wasn't he? Like, literally, you could argue like the top 3 strikers in the world. So, yeah, I'm going to go with him. His physique has changed since he left England. Everything about him's changed, and he seems really happy. So, he's definitely one that I think is extremely dangerous, and I'm worried. So, it's got to be him.
Yeah, painful as it is, I would tend to agree with that. I think Lukaku he's a big signing for Chelsea, and I think he's going to turn them into the major title contenders. Keith, I've seen stories about Aouar's temperament being less than perfect. Could potentially be that. It could also be to do with his brother, who's his agent, has been stirring the pot again apparently this summer. So we just don't know. Mr. Spark Fabrizio did a piece with an agent earlier who knows Aouar. He said Lyon is a very well-run club, and only a top club will get him. Fabrizio changes his mind like he changes his underwear, though. So I'm not 100% sure. What role is Niles likely going to play after the talk with Arteta? I think he's going to be a backup midfielder for me. You know, that's kind of what I see his role as. Is going to be a backup midfielder. You know, you've seen the 2 games he's come in and played this season. When he's come off the bench, he has played in midfield. But you guys, do you think any differently, or would you agree with that?
now that we've brought in someone, I think he will be potentially the midfield, especially like you guys have said all day with AFCON coming up. He's someone that can be put in the midfield to cover for a couple of games. So I think probably, unless we get some bad luck in right back, it'll probably be midfield.
Mr. Boris, good night, everyone. Thank you for a fun day. You are very welcome. You definitely hit the sub button and the like button. Thank you. Keith is saying, Swiat, you're a legend. He absolutely is. It's been a great day. To be honest, I had you on while I was working and gaming. Brilliant. Thank you, Mr. Sparks. Swiat, thanks at Mostly Arsenal. I couldn't find a better deadline day stream than this. I agree. I'm sure most of you agree. We are the best. Lukaku,
our number one fan, Will.
Yeah, number one fan's got to agree there.
Yeah.
NW30 TV, I agree with G. Lukaku is now in his prime. He is ready. Yeah. Jay, Tomiyasu with a message to the fans. I promise I will give you everything to contribute to the team.
Yeah, come on.
You know what?
We love to see.
Yeah, we've got to back him. And I said this earlier on. We've absolutely got to back him.
Yeah, as soon as he's got that shirt on, done deal.
Guessing on then he will leave to go to Turkey, as well as Kula. That's why he is staying to get a chance in midfield, potentially. Joseph, great show, Stephen, Lottie, and G. Thank you. Mr. Sparks, LOL was saying that earlier Ainsley Maitland-Niles back up in midfield, but also right back if Tom gets injured. Absolutely. So we'll finish things off, and we'll have a bit of a chat about the window as a whole. I mean, for me, I don't think we've done enough. I think we could have done more. I do, and I've said this quite openly. I think Edu has really struggled with his job, and I do think he's going to go. But the Cronkies are still the biggest issue. And until the Cronkies go, it's all well and good saying we've spent 150 million or whatever it is on 6 players, but we're arguably no better than we were last season, with the exception of maybe a right back who's better than what we had. We aren't any better because Odegaard we had at the end of last season. We just paid money to bring him back. Ben White is replacing David Luiz. Tavares is going to be a bench player. Initially, Sambi's going to be a bench player, but hopefully will replace number 34. So arguably, we're not really any stronger. And we're still left with a lot of players, the likes of Kalashnik, Elneny. You've got Lacazette on the last year of contract. You've got Eddie Nketiah on the last year of his contract. You've got Willian had to terminate his contract. Ainsley Maitland-Niles seemingly unhappy. And we'll finally get rid of Bellerin with half an hour to go on deadline day. So has Edu done his job? No. But should KSE have done more? Josh Kroenke said be excited. And really, have we had anything to get excited about? So where do we put the blame for the window not being quite what we wanted? G?
I think it all depends on who actually has the involvement of sourcing, doing the deals and getting the players in. Because you can say the Cronkies have given money this time, like they did say they would give money, and is it just them giving the money and they say you know the game, you know the people you want, go for it, and then does it come down to just the I'm trying to think of what they would be called, just I guess the team of guys like Edu and everyone that are searching for the players? Do they have, like, is the control fully with them? Is Arteta involved, or is it he gives his opinions and then they try? So I think it's hard to put a pinpoint on it. I guess it's whoever's really taking control. And if it's all of them, then yeah, they all have a bit of grief to come their way, I think. But I've said a few times the last couple of days that I don't think, in regards to like Arteta, I don't think just getting rid of him is going to do any magic wonders for us. I think it's much deeper the issues are deeper than that. And if multiple people would have to leave this club in order for us to move on and start again and pick up where we should be. I don't think it's just one man's fault for the position we're in at the minute.
Okay. Where do you stand then now in terms of you saying, obviously, you feel the Cronkies have invested, certainly more so this year than maybe in previous years. Where do you stand with the whole Cronky out situation at the minute? Are you still very much Cronky out, or are you willing to give them a bit more time to see what they're going to do?
I think overall, I'm still definitely like an out. I guess you could kind of say when the Super League happened, we were all so desperate for things to happen very quickly. But then as transfer time comes around, everyone is so on their case of we're not signing anyone, we're not doing anything. When it's like, you can't have both. You can't have no owners and then expect a big transfer window, can you? So I guess they've delivered in some small aspects. But I think going forward, something definitely has to change, because it's not just about the players at the end of the day. It's about the communication with the fans, the condition of the stadium is in. There's no sort of care taken by all the pictures everyone's been doing. And I just think they've got issues with their other clubs, lawsuits and fans that are on their back are the same. So I don't think it's just an issue with Arsenal. I think it's an issue definitely with those kind of owners, those kind of people. And I don't think they're very interested in football, considering they don't know what colour we play in most of the time. So I would, regardless, I'd still definitely want change for sure.
Okay. I mean, what do you guys in the chat think? Do you want KSE out? And if so, how do we go about doing that? Because we've seen the protests before, but it was one big protest, and then the next couple of protests were half a dozen people. And I'm not advocating what Man United did. The fans there storming the pitch and getting a game cancelled and stuff. But it worked for them because their owners went and got them Varane, Sancho, Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah.
So it obviously worked, and I think very much that the Glaziers have bought themselves some time with United fans. But I'm not necessarily sure that KSE have bought themselves time with Arsenal fans. So it's, what do we do? How do we get them out? Because it doesn't look like they really have any intention of selling. So what do you guys think the answer is? How do we get them to get the message that they need to leave?
I don't know. It's really hard, isn't it? Because I guess in some way you could say not going to matches hurts them more and certainly gets your point seen. But then should you expect people that work really hard during the week at crap jobs to give up their one thing they love doing on the weekends? Like, that's not fair. Sometimes it's their only thing they have. So it's hard to say that, no fan shouldn't bother to go to the games, but it has to be done the right way. We were talking yesterday about maybe something after the game while still in the stadium. I mean, I'm not saying rip up the seats or run on the pitch at all, but if you decide to stay after a game and sort of sing your opinions, get them out, get them heard. People, everyone's still going to be in and around the stadium. The cameras are probably going to still be there, and if they can catch a glimpse of a certain section of the stadium that are still there making their voices heard, you don't know what that could possibly do. But I can't also trust everyone to not keep it going from bad, because that's not the image you want. You don't want it to turn violent or too much. You don't want it to go too far. Maybe that's the thing, but it's really hard to pinpoint something that's going to stop it.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, and I understand what you're saying. For me, the biggest factor would be an empty stadium when there could be fans there, because the last thing they want is TV cameras showing a game with no supporters. But you know, as you say, for a lot of people, that's a release. That's something to look forward to after a week at work and stuff. And as was mentioned earlier on, season ticket holders, you don't want them. It's not right to ask them to stop buying their season ticket, because if they don't buy it, the next person on the list will buy it and they'll drop to the back of the queue. And they could be waiting 15, 20 years to get another chance to be a season ticket holder. So it's not fair to ask someone to do that. And it's certainly, I can't sit here in my house, outside of Belfast and ask someone in London not to go to the match, because it's easy for me to do that because I won't be going to it anyway. But it's not right for me to say to them, no, you can't do that. You shouldn't do that. I can't do that. So I would never ask someone to do that. At the same time, the other thing could be then that, they buy their season tickets, so they keep their season tickets, but they don't go to the match. But then at the same time, I can't ask someone to give up £800 or £900 to buy a season ticket to not then get to use it. And I have no right to ask anybody to do that, and I wouldn't ask anybody to do that. So in terms of having an empty stadium, for me, that's a big thing, because obviously, the TV advertising and stuff like that, and they're not going to make their money from that, and that's where money comes into the club. The other side of it as well is then, if we're trying to run on a self-sustaining model, actually all we're doing is hurting ourselves by taking money away from the club.
Yeah.
But again, as I say, I can't ask people to not go to the games, because it's easy for me to do that, because I won't be going to the games anyway. And probably to an extent for yourself, G, it's the same thing. You more than likely don't get up for every game. You probably get to more games than I do. But, at the same time, it's not as easy. We can't sit here and say to Lottie, don't go to the match, Lottie. Give up your season ticket or whatever. It's not fair. So it's what do we do? Lottie, any thoughts?
Do you know what? I completely agree with G. I am one of those people that goes to the Arsenal, and that is my social time. I don't have, apart from being on Cannon Chat, I don't have that social life where I'm out every week down the pub with my mates. We do it, but it's not every week. But when it comes to the football, that's when we really get together and we proper go out. I mean, I now go out with a group of guys on Twitter. G will be joining us in November, I believe. So we just get together and just go out, get down to the 12 pins, drink there, go to the game, meet up afterwards, and then we go down to the toilet or go and get food or whatever. And for me, as much as I love my club and I love to go and see them play, I enjoy the before and after parts as well, because that's my social downtime. Otherwise, Stephen, I nearly work 12 to 14 hour shifts when I'm only meant to be doing 9 to 5, because I'm working at home. I don't see people. I go down to the office once a week, and that's it. And I where I am, I'm new to this area still, where I've moved to, and I'm still getting to know my neighbours, and I'm isolated where I am. That's why I still go to games, even though I complain about it. I want KFC out. I want the Cronkies out, but on the other hand, I'm completely isolating myself if I don't go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's a 50-50 card. It is. It really is.
It's one of them things, and I think we will continue to talk about this as time moves on, and it's not something that's going to go away quickly, and it's something that we need to start and look at what we do, as a fan base, to come together to get the Cronkies out, to get someone in, hopefully, who will want to invest in the club. I think Daniel Ek was a publicity stunt. I don't think he really ever had the money to buy the club. He's not as rich as the Cronkies, and it's finding someone who's going to be able to have the money to buy the Cronkies out.
Yeah.
You something to say there, Lottie?
Yeah, I got some news for us Arsenal fans to smile about. Sky have just put up Saul Niguez from Atletico. The deal with Chelsea is now touch and go due to problems with paperwork at Atleti's end. So he might not be going to Chelsea.
Good. Hopefully the fax machine's broken.
I hope so too. I hope so too. So that's
We'll run through a few of
latest
these comments
news of Sky, which puts a smile on my face this evening. Ooh.
For the FPL, are transferring Bruno out for CR7. That's an interesting one. 12.5 million, I think Ronaldo is.
Yep. Bruno's at 12.6 at the moment, so that'll be very interesting. I do think everybody's going to be selling Bruno because the king of penalties is back. We know what Ronaldo's like with that, so definitely a lot of people will be transferring Bruno out. I don't have him personally, but I've got Lukaku and Salah, so I'm happy at the moment.
Lolly, breaking news: Saul deal is on.
Of course.
It's now on, and paperwork will be uploaded in time, despite late scare. Sorry.
They're just trying to make it more exciting, aren't they?
Okay. It's okay that,
It's like...
my breaking news was out at 23:19. That news has just come out 5 minutes later, I should say.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Matt, I wonder what the starting 11 will be if everyone's fit. It'll be different every week. Out of 10, what's your rating for Arsenal's window? We'll come back to that because we have been asking everybody that today. The Qatari's comments on Twitter sound like he is interested in Arsenal. Would you like him to spend his oil money buying the club? Yeah?
Yeah, if it means that we can compete again, yeah, let's do it.
Pull players in.
Yeah.
If you have the power of sacking one of Arteta or Edu, who are you sacking? And that question's to you, Lottie.
Ooh. Edu. I'm going with Edu at the moment. I mean, I know Arteta's getting a lot of stick, but Edu's the issue. I expected a better window. Yes, we've got some more depth, got a little bit more quality, but it's still not enough for me. I know we're doing a squad overhaul, but not enough.
Mm-hmm.
Keith, the blame lies entirely with KSE. They are the root cause. They employed Edu when he was basically a rookie who was mates with Jorobshin. I don't blame Edu or Arteta personally. Mr. Sparks, the money spent is a COVID loan, nothing more. The club makes 50 million in season tickets alone. Okay. David, it's unlikely we'll get them to sell. Mr. Sparks, something needs to happen, but us doing what Man United did wouldn't work with KSE. No, it more than likely wouldn't. I'm not advocating that at all. Yes. Jay, been a great watch all day. Can't wait for Norwich preview post-international break. We will be doing that, obviously, and we will have some other stuff dropping between now and then. We have some short videos that have been recorded, and we'll be putting a few of those out, and we'll be sort of...
Sorry, Jay, I will be contacting you about that this week as well. Sorry. G, we need to talk as well. I've just remembered. I'm sorry.
No worries. And
no worries.
I will be recording one with Keith in the next couple of days as well. So, Keith, the protests need to be visual in game time. Actual visual signs at games on global TV. Mr. Sparks, so we have to suffer twice, not to go to games and see crap results because there's no fans. I agree. Protests after the game has to be the way to go. Once they sold the season ticket, they don't care because the seat is sold. Absolutely, they would care if it was empty. That's the thing. From a TV point of view, they don't want to see empty seats in the stadium. It looks bad, and it looks bad to potential future advertisers.
Stephen, can I
Josh Kroenke said,
add to that? Sorry, with the season tickets, I've been on the waiting list for 6 years. 6 years, and I've still not got a whiff of it. So there's no way people are going to be giving them up.
Yeah. Lions AFC, Josh Kroenke said be excited. And you're still waiting, as are we all. And Keith, when I say visual signs, I mean banners, planes, and hacking the big screens. I also think that nice red t-shirts that say we want our Arsenal back on the front and Kroenke out on the back with a nice Cannon Chatter logo available through the bottom of our screen or in our description. There is a link there. We have created these for a campaign, and they're as cheap as we can possibly make them, in the hope that people will wear it. It's not about us making any money from it. It's about basically getting that message out that we want our Arsenal back and we want the Cronkies out. So have a look. If it's something people are interested in, go ahead and purchase them. If it's not, fine, no problem. Number 34 out, Edu out. Absolutely. So listen, we've been on for 4 hours, 25 minutes. And Lottie, you've been on basically that whole time. So I think we really should look at wrapping up. You know what? It's been a fun day in the sense of it's been great being on here and having a chat with all you guys and, all that sort of stuff, the banter. We haven't had as much Monster Munch chat today as I thought we might after last night, but
we
that's
did
okay.
We did a bit. We did a
We
bit.
did.
Yeah,
We
a
did.
little bit, not much. I have actually started to eat my curly whirly. Roma, you've missed out. It's mine.
Giving up.
Yep.
Did we really sing We Lose Every Week? I have seen the video of it, so I don't know whether that's real or not.
That was old, wasn't it?
That was an old clip. I've seen that on TikTok about a year ago. That's an
Was it?
old video.
You could tell because it was dark.
Mm.
It was quite obviously a night game.
No, there's a daytime game, and it's a league. I think it's either Championship or a League One ground. Not us.
Right, okay. Mr. Sparks, great show. I'm tired. God knows how you feel, Lottie.
I'm all good.
Absolutely.
I'm all good. I've been drinking alcoholic fizzy water, so I'm all good.
Alcoholic fizzy water.
Yeah,
Love that.
yep. Tangy lemon and lime. Topo Chico. It was a freebie I got in the post. It's actually quite nice. I don't normally like lemon and lime, but it was lovely.
You have a word with your
Hydrated.
postman?
No, I've actually signed up for this thing called Try It, and they send you free stuff on the post if you match one of their campaigns. All you got to do is basically review it to continue receiving free stuff, which I thought, okay,
Fair
give it a
enough,
try.
right.
And that's my first box.
Keith.
Nice.
Keith, great show. You lot thoroughly enjoyable. Much love. Thank you, Keith. Thank you for coming on earlier on with us at 4 o'clock. It was great having you on. Mr. Sparks, no, not our fans, it was West Ham fans. Okay. Good night, everyone. I love you all. Stay safe from the coronavirus. You too. Take care. David, great commitment from you all today. Thanks for your shows. No problem at all. We've thoroughly enjoyed it. Some amazing guests over here. Over 3 streams today on deadline day. Keep up the good work, guys. Not really sure what that comment is.
Probably towards my fizzy alcoholic water.
All right, yes, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
David, I've never heard of alcoholic water.
It's a new one. It's a new one. It's available in Tesco.
And Joseph saying mostly Arsenal smashed it earlier, Keith. He absolutely did. So normally this is the time when we sort of run through all the socials and stuff. Lottie, do you want to do it?
Yeah, sure. Got one more comment from the Canon Chat Panda though. Well done for today. Thank you, Panda. Right, if you want to find us on Facebook, you can just put in the search bar Canon Chatter. It's the same with Instagram, but it's Canon_chatter.
Sorry, yeah.
No worries. If you want to come find us on Twitter, our main account is @Canon Chatter. If you want to follow my wonderful co-host that's sitting right next to me on screen, it's @SB Canon Chatter. If you want to follow G, who's not here this evening, who was on in the middle, not to be confused with the Georgina that's on screen. G was here for the second show for an hour and a half. It's @G Talks Arsenal. If you want to follow me, it's @Lottie_B. That's 2 T's and 2 I's because somebody beat me to the normal spelling. Again, I've got a few blog posts coming up this week. I've got quite a bit of content to get through. I've got lots of catching up to do. I've just got loads of proofreading. Haven't had the time. I'm off work, so watch out for my new blog posts. If you want to catch up with anything that I have posted on Sambi or Tavares or I've forgotten the other piece, but it's lottieafc.blogspot.co.uk. And keep an eye out on my social and Canon Chatter's socials for the latest. To purchase the Canon Chatter t-shirts, which G's got on tonight, or one of the hoodies that I've got on tonight, or there's a yellow one that Stephen's got on tonight.
Or
Email.
there's the blue one from last night.
Oh yeah, there's the blue hoodie. If you go and check
Yeah,
out
the hoodie.
yesterday's show, you can have a look at the blue one. It's absolutely mint. Even I've only just seen that yesterday. If you want t-shirts or hoodies, you can email info@canonchatter.com, or you can DM Stephen at @spcanonchatter on Twitter. Lastly, make sure you subscribe, turn on those notifications, and hit that like button, and never miss a show.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Don't you dare show that last comment from the panda of Canon Chatter. Don't you dare. I've just seen that. Matt, we are no longer friends.
How far with the Twitter chat group?
We haven't actually set that up yet, have we, Stephen?
Not a Twitter one. I have set up a Discord server. I just haven't announced it publicly because I'm still figuring out how it works. So I'll post out the details of that. If you make sure and follow the Canon Chatter page on Twitter, the details of that will go out the next day or two, and we'll get that up and running. So there is a Discord server for Canon Chatter, where the chat can go on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Keith at Joseph Connor Golden, thanks mate, really appreciate that. And Matt's blogspot where you declare your love for 34. I am hopefully going to write a wee piece for Lottie's blog later this week. I feel like writing something, so I'm going to do that, and Lottie's going to post it on her blog. It's going to be about the transfer window.
That
So
saves me a job. Brilliant. That's fantastic. Thank you.
Look out for that. G, as always, it's an absolute pleasure having you on the channel. As I said earlier on, you look right at home now with the Canon Chatter t-shirt and all on. For anybody who doesn't know you, they must be living under a rock, because you are everywhere at the minute. Tell the folks how they can follow you and where they can see more of you.
Yeah, so my Twitter handle is here. It's @LilTrigger2. And I've just joined the North Bank Summit team on their podcast weekly. So if you want to look out for that and find some details, it'll all be on my Twitter. So just follow that and it'll pop up. And thank you for having me again. It was awesome.
No problem. Thank you so much for coming on. Listen, folks, thank you so much. It has been such a long day, especially for Lottie, who has covered the most hours of any of us. But that's only because she doesn't have to look after kids. And you have been treated to some great stuff today. We've had James Rowe on this morning. We've had Scott Borg on. We've had Keith on this afternoon. We've had
PSG have made another signing. Oh my god, they've actually signed Nuno Mendes for on loan with option to buy. Do they really need him? Wow.
Probably
Sorry,
not.
Stephen.
No worries. So yeah, we've had Keith on this afternoon. We've had then Albert tonight from Albert JTV. Fantastic having him on for a couple of hours. We then had Angelo, the sensible gunner, and we've had G, of course. So thank you to all those guests today. You've really made it, such an enjoyable day for us. And I definitely think we'll do this again. It's been fun, and obviously by the next time we do it, the channel will be even bigger. More people joining in. We'll just keep it going. So thank you very much, Lottie. Anything you want to say before we go?
No, I just wanted to say thank you to the people that have been in the chat. Most of you have been here for all 3 sessions with me all day, and I greatly appreciate it. And I hope you enjoyed it. Honestly, I've had a good day. Honestly.
Sure. Brilliant. For me, I will say good night, and as I always like to do, I'm going to give our guest for tonight the final words. So G, take it away.
Well, I just want to say well done to you guys. It's been awesome tuning in. And you've been going all day, which is insane. So well done. It's been amazing. And yeah, everyone subscribe to their channel because this family needs to grow bigger.
Excellent. Thank you. That's us. Find the video and well, good night.